8:01, ladies and gentlemen. About 10 minutes from now, if you're a huge Twins fan, I would either tune in or tune out because I'm a huge Twins fan, but it ain't going to be pretty. So we'll get to that as soon as Judd Zulgad shows up from Score North.
It's going to be a therapy session.
It's going to be, I'm going to unload some. Okay, one little tip on what I think of all this. I don't want to talk about the Twins yet till Judd gets here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Explain to me why a guy who has done nothing all year was brought into the game to make it out yet again. Why would you bring Buxton into that? You put him on the roster for one at bat?
Yeah.
What?
It was bizarre to just have him in for one at bat.
Right.
But I get the idea of this is a very boomer bust player, and you bring somebody in that's got, when he's at his peak, can be a game changer.
Mm-hmm.
And so you're hoping to catch lightning in a bottle, but yeah, it definitely didn't work out.
How many years ago was that he brought joy to the game? He hadn't done shit in 2 years.
No, he was struggling down at AAA or wherever he was. So it's like, it doesn't make the most sense, but I get the rationale of, hey, if he can somehow pull a rabbit out of his ass, then.
Okay, guys, block your ears because I have to do my Minnesota Twins end of season thing. Ready? God damn it! There.
I thought taking my headphones off would be better, and it wasn't. It was so loud in the room.
I told you to cover your ears.
No, but I thought just the headphones
you don't
off.
Ever listen to Uncle Tommy?
Because I gooed up your headphones. I'm so sorry. I watched the games yesterday.
What?
I watched the games yesterday, and I was thinking about you guys. I put bed, and I was like, let's take a gander at this.
Gander.
Mm-hmm.
And
gander, man.
I had faith. It was funny. I was watching with my brother and Justin, and when that last pitcher came up, Jordan just left. He goes, they're done. And I said, what? They're not done.
Oh, yeah.
I go, hey, we believe. And I was trying to do the clap. And Justin's like, she's never optimistic about stuff like this. So like Jordan goes, no, I'm going to bed. Like this is done. And I was like, you guys, it might, but I don't know enough about baseball. Like I only know a small amount to be dangerous to say dumb things.
Right.
I got a tip for you about baseball. When you're in the ninth inning, don't all three of you strike out. Here's a tip about baseball for you.
Maybe swing at close pitches when there's two strikes.
I was like,
Kepler,
with full count, and he's going to throw a strike because it's Correa next. I was like, there's no way. And when he did the stutter, I was like, sir. Even I know, sir, even I know that was not the right move.
Right. It's one of those things where even if you have like a sliver of question in your mind, like, hey, this could be potentially a ball, maybe it's a strike, you have to swing at it and at least try and foul it away.
The game's on the line.
Like, the season's on the line.
The season's on the line,
you're
exactly.
Just going to sit there and strike out looking.
I don't get it. I watched as much of the game as I possibly could. I don't know. I didn't, when they went into this thing, I thought, well, they just won the World Series last year, did Houston, so maybe they're a little off because that does happen. You come and go. Houston's a damn good team. You can't take that away from them. But the Twins at the plate were just dreadful.
Yeah, like the pitching staff did everything they were supposed to do.
Yeah,
for the most part.
Sonny Gray.
Yeah,
he was terrible.
I mean, 3 runs, you would like to think that we can manufacture more than 3 runs in the game.
I mean, one swing of the bat at any point in that game could have won the game 4-3 for them, but they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and it felt like, especially after I think it was the 6th inning, it felt like, okay, we got through that, and it felt like there was almost this like exhale of like, hey, we're still in the game. Yeah, this can happen. It felt like there was momentum starting to go our way, but yet nobody could get a hit, and if we did get somebody on base, we couldn't bring them home.
So here's my new deal. I don't really know anything about hockey. I go to hockey games once in a while just because I have friends that play hockey. I don't like the NBA. It's turned into just I'm going to shoot the ball every time I touch it. It's that kind of. I used to love watching. I was never a Timberwolves fan though, never. It's like they never were good enough. Yeah. Well, Jim Peterson, he's become a good friend of mine, so that was nice.
Yeah, I'm trying to get him on the show.
Jim?
Yeah.
Trying.
I mean, I don't have his number. We can talk during the break, but I'm trying to get him on the show.
I think I got his number in my.
Give it out live on the air.
Live on air. I really thought you were going to be excited for him when you're like, Jim, you're going to get Jim Peterson, and you're going trying, like upset.
No, because Jim and I are friends. Right. I don't know why he wouldn't come on the show. That would be kind of piss me off. I don't want to come on Tom's show. Forget it. Yeah, that'd be really great, ladies and gentlemen.
Maybe he's like, I talked to him too much.
He's I don't know.
Right. So, he found out Brittany's still on the show, and he's like,
Yeah.
AJ, shots fired. 8:06.
Yeah.
I was just AJ's chose violence.
Lines in the sand.
I do not have his number with me, but I'll get it for you if you want it.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Not a problem. We'll get it taken care of. Now, you'll like him. He's a little taller than you, though. I want you to know that.
Yeah. Because I'll see him on the broadcast for Timberwolves games. And, yeah, he is not a short human being. They have to adjust the camera angle for him.
Big man. I remember he was going to build a house, so he came to see our house in Golden Valley. Mm-hmm. And we built this big center. Remember that big center counter in the middle of the kitchen?
Yeah, the island that was like, it was huge.
Was it was huge.
What do you think? How long do you think that thing was?
Oh, God. It's probably, how long is this table? About 10 feet?
It felt like,
something like that.
12, 15 feet.
I was going to say at least 15. It was huge.
But here's the great part of it. Center Island, Catherine's making dishes or you're putting drinks on there. Jim Peterson walks up. It's just like right above his knees. Like, Jesus. I said, you're going to have to raise up that center counter a little bit, I would think. Honest to God, I'm not kidding you. It came literally between his knees and his waist.
Your whole house was a vibe.
That was amazing.
It was amazing.
Did a great job with that.
She did a great job. It was like the first time I ever went to your guys' house, and you were like, oh yeah, and here's the code to the gate, and I was like, what? Okay.
What?
Like I didn't. That was a whole experience where I was like, okay.
What do you mean a gate?
And
gate code? What do you mean?
It had like 45 porches. It's like,
a lot of porches.
If you were like, hey, I want a porch, just take a couple more steps. If you were like, I don't want to be in this porch with this person,
that's
go a couple
Catherine
more steps. It was so cool.
Catherine wanted her own porch. So she put like 4 of them in there. So she'd always have her own porch.
Yeah.
No, it was great. We had a lot of, we loved living in that house. Lived there 15 years. But then when the kids moved out, it's like, Catherine and I can't just live here by ourselves.
Yeah.
I'd never see her.
I could have moved in.
That would have been great.
You just start taking in strays.
That's what I am now.
Oh, no. She's a stray now. I like that call. That's a good call.
Yeah.
You're very stray-like.
I am very stray-like.
But in any case, no, Jim Peterson, we'll get a hold of Jim Peterson. He's, once in a while, there are these fundraisers we go to and all that stuff, and I run into Jim Peterson, Daryl Thompson, people like that. Just really, really good people.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of athletes in this town that are really decent people, which is good because a lot of times that doesn't work out that way, Yep. Because I can name a couple athletes could be the biggest pricks I've ever met in my entire life. And one of them was my hero when I was a kid.
Ooh, and then you met him.
And I met him. What a prick. Oh,
how old were you when you met him?
I think I was 68. No, I was probably about 50. Probably about right in there. You're
so excited. Did you tell him you were a big fan?
No, God, no. I never tell anybody I'm a big fan.
Especially as like when you're older, it feels weird to go up to another grown human being and be like, oh, I am such a huge fan of yours.
I feel like I do that.
Well, no, I mean, they say, hey, I listen to the show every day. Love the show, man. You guys do a great job. That's good.
Yeah.
But we're not doing that.
No.
Not happening.
I get
too much.
Yeah, I'm embarrassing. Don't hang out with me.
You're embarrassing anyway, even if you don't do that. So, But one thing before we move on, and I'm not going to identify the person, obviously, that I just thought he was the greatest of all time. I met him, he's just a raging prick. At least his wife is a bigger asshole than he is, so that's good.
Well, they got to live together.
Right. Nice little balance in life right there, ladies and gentlemen. I'm not even going to tell you where he played or what town. He did not play in Minnesota.
Oh, really?
He played elsewhere.
No. Well, I remember going to like Vikings football camps as a little kid, and you get to meet the players, and and a lot of them were super nice. Like I remember Dante Culpepper was like the nicest guy ever.
Like I heard.
So I went one year, met him. I came back the next year, and he was like, oh, hey, Tevin, like, what's going on? Like, remember me by name? And I was like, I thought I was the coolest person
I bet you
ever.
died.
And then you were just wearing a name tag.
Yeah,
right.
My name is Tevin.
and then like Jim, I got to cover my name tag up. And then Jim Kleinsasser was like on the opposite end of the spectrum, where he thought he was too cool. I wouldn't talk to any of the kids.
His name is Kleinsasser.
Oh,
how cool can he be?
Kleinsasser.
Even to the point is like where like a 9-year-old Tevin was like, "You're not the nicest person that I've ever met in my life." Like,
did you say, "Hey, Kleinsasser, was your dad on the Jetsons?" I was thinking, when you change your name, either go with Klein or Saucer, not both. I'd go with Klein rather than Saucer, though. Tommy Saucer.
sounds like you want to throw a couple back, but I like that.
I know. I'm actually not mad at Tommy Saucer.
I might change my name.
How about Zolgad? Would you change your name from Zolgad?
Oh.
Well, I'd change my name if it was Judd. Judd for the Defense. Did you ever see the show Judd for the Defense?
You know, I never did, but I am a big Carl Betts fan because he was the husband on the Donna Reed show, which I loved.
He was phenomenal, no doubt about it.
Died far too young.
There are 2 words we cannot say on the show today. It would be Innesota May Inns Tway. Those are the 2 words we can't use on the show. Judd. I don't understand why this team strikes out so much. I don't get it.
You know, I don't either, and it makes no sense. They had 14 strikeouts on Tuesday. They had 14 on Wednesday. They scored 3 runs. You know, for all we complain about pitching, this comes down to runs again.
No doubt about it.
That's what this comes down to. It doesn't come down to pitching. The bullpen thing actually worked out. No matter what you think about it, and I'm not a fan, but no matter what you think about it, yeah. Thielbar gave up a 2-run home run, but they gave up 3 runs at home and lost 3-2 after losing 9-1.
I know.
So I am not surprised to see that the hat is in storage now, Tom Barnard.
Oh yeah, that hat's going to be put away for quite some time. As a matter of fact, there are so many points I want to get to, Judd, but I just want to back off and hear your take on all this stuff because I watched the game yesterday. Didn't go to it. I had too much to do, so I watched the game on television with Catherine, and Catherine's a bigger fan than I am. So she watched most of the game with a towel over her head so she couldn't see the screen. Like Catherine get a little too emotional here. But no, I just, why would you bring Buxton up to the plate for 1 at bat? Why would you do that?
Because you're desperate. That's why.
And he sucked all year.
Well, and the thing is, he hasn't faced major league pitching in how long?
Exactly.
2.5 months.
Yep.
But you knew it was going to happen. You knew that they were going to do it, and you knew that they were desperate at that point. And I just don't understand. I mean, this goes back 20 years where they have problems scoring runs in playoff games.
Yep.
And, you know, with Baldelli's first playoff team being in 2019, going into last night, I believe they had played 10 playoff games with Rocco as their manager. And I think they were averaging 2.5 runs per game. And then they scored 2 last night.
That's it.
You know, but I mean, it's the whole, it's the lineup. I got the damn scorecard right here. Okay. So I got the stupid scorecard right here. For those watching, here's the scorecard. Here's the scorecard. Okay.
Damn
it. There. And so here's what you got. So here's what you got.
I got to tell you something before you start talking.
Yeah.
AJ was making your face go bigger, smaller.
That's not good. Don't make it bigger, Age.
I mistimed the zoom.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. Never blow.
I zoomed in, then you put it back up and I zoomed out. So I was...
You know, feel free to zoom in on Brittany or Tevin.
No, not Judd or Tom.
I'm going to be 54 soon. I'd prefer you never zoom in on me again. But anyway, 4 through 9 in the order, Tom. Was Kepler, Correa, Jeffers, Castro, Solano, and then Michael A. Taylor started in center. And as you said, Buxton pinch hit, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You had Kepler went 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts. Correa was 0 for 3 with a strikeout. Jeffers was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Castro was 0 for 3 with 2 strikeouts. Solano struck out all 3 times.
Oh, God.
And then the Taylor Buxton 0 for 3 with a strikeout.
Unbelievable, Judd. How horrible.
No hits. No hits.
I know. It's unbelievable. Okay. So, but they're only making like 3, 10, 20 million a year.
Yeah, they didn't worry about dinner. Who's going to buy cereal in the morning?
Exactly. No, they looked so lackluster, except for Correa got very pissed off and broke his own helmet, which I kind of liked.
Oh, I didn't see that, really.
Oh, yeah, he went in the dugout after that last strikeout, and he did not behave himself in the dugout. I will tell you that. Guys were running to the other side of the dugout.
Good for him.
I agree. I've always liked that guy. But it was his former team, and he wanted to make a statement, and he didn't get to make the statement because that team sucked the last 2 games.
Yep. And they went up against two pitchers that they should have been. I mean, that
Yep.
Jose Urquidy, who started last night, I mean, he ended up pitching well, but he's a guy that basically was hurt for a lot of the season and came out of the bullpen. So he's fine, but it's certainly not going against Nolan Ryan or Randy Johnson in their prime.
Right,
you know?
Exactly. No, you're right. It's just yet another disappointment watching sports in the state of Minnesota, because this place for the last over 30 years now has done nothing. What have they won in the last? Any team at the college level, professional level, any sport, what the hell have they done in the last 3 decades?
Well, nothing since I mean the men's the 4 major men's teams have, you know, no titles since the Twins won in 91. And yet the worst part too is they tease us.
Oh yeah.
Don't they?
Oh yeah.
You know, Sunday they teased us. The sports foreplay in this state is really unfair because we get very excited and then there's no bleeping payoff.
I love that team. I've always loved the Twins, and it's like, honest to God, I'd like to pull my hair out. But I did watch something after the game which really cheered me up, because there was a guy in India whose girlfriend left him. So he was doing things like hitting himself over the head with bottles. He was doing all the stuff to try to hurt himself so he could show her how painful it was for her to be leaving. And you know who set up all the tricks, like setting up the bottles that he would break over his head. And at one point he almost passed out, and he was doing all these things to harm himself. And you know who set the whole thing up? So he could prove to his girlfriend he wanted her back?
The mistress,
his wife.
Oh, geez.
What the hell?
Where did you find this first of all? Like
on
how'd you go from the Twins post game?
Because I was looking to laugh at.
Yeah,
well, I wanted to laugh. I wanted to feel in a better mood. What's the name of that? World's Dumbest. It was on World's Dumbest. This guy's like, wham! And his wife's going, well, he doesn't feel too good about it. So, you know, I bought all these bottles and I have bars and bricks and he will use them all. Thank God. His wife is helping him hurt himself because his girlfriend left him. I thought that was fantastic.
I could see it. Yeah. I'm actually not shocked. Like that seems like that's a possibility that could happen in life.
I could see that too. Yeah. So Judd, it's just one of those deals where it took so long to get anything going here because we didn't have a whole lot of professional teams when I was a little boy. The professional teams came to town. Well, we had of course, the Lakers, which won everything. And then, of course, a guy wanted to make money, so he sold them to Los Angeles instead of keeping them here. One of the greatest teams of all time in the NBA, by the way, the Minneapolis Lakers. And I still don't understand the Los Angeles Lakers. What lakes?
Yeah, not a lot of water there.
What? You have a swamp. I know that.
Stupid.
But yeah, so Judd, I don't know. It's year after, and it's at the college level, it's at the professional level, it's all sports, it's men, it's women. It has to be the worst sports state in America. Has to be.
Well, I think drought wise, it is the worst drought. I think. I don't think there's a worse drought for having all. You know, again, we have all 4 major men's pro sports. That's the incredible thing. It's not like we have the Vikings and nothing else, or the Twins and nothing else. No, the drought is phenomenal, and the problem now is so the Vikings aren't good. The Timberwolves and Wild, I don't know about, but I am loath to get too excited about them.
I like that. I'm loath to get excited.
I'm loath to get. Well, I'm very cautious, and so you know, where is the next? The problem is this: where is the next excitement going to come from? But then in this town, it always seems like this: when the excitement does come, you just wait for the hurt.
Right.
It's a very dysfunctional relationship we all have with sports.
No, there's no doubt about that. And it's been since I was, like I said, I was 9 years old. The Twins and the Vikings both came to town. It was the last time the University of Minnesota men's football team won the national championship. Was 1961, I believe it was, correct? Same year. It was 61, wasn't it? Same year.
Early 60s. Yes, it was.
I just, you know, things were looking good when I was a little boy. But
had all this hope just to have it just snatched from you for the rest of your life.
But Tom, we've seen two, if nothing else, we've seen two Twins world championships, and you've seen what you're talking about. Tevin and AJ and Brittany have seen nothing.
Nothing. Got nothing.
We will. It's like my mother used to say when I asked for stuff at the store, you'll get nothing and you'll like it. That's what it's like being a Vikings fan in today's world.
Can't even argue it. You can't. I mean, you can't even argue that point.
Right.
No, you've never seen a parade.
No. Oh, and I've got my lawn chair ready to go. Once we win one, I'll be out on Hennepin screaming.
You don't strike me as a lawn chair guy, dude.
Do not bring up parades in front of me.
Are you still triggered from the Holodazzle parade getting canceled?
No, I'm still dazzled because CCO wouldn't let me ride in the Twins parade.
Right. Yeah, they wouldn't let you on their
bitches
convertible.
No wonder you've got a -2 share. You pain in the ass.
You're not nice, WCCO, and we remember.
Other than a couple people, I like a couple people over there, but other than that, what the hell?
My neighbor was telling me, Carrie, she was telling me how they ran through the streets during after the Twins won, and they ran for like a mile, and they were just high-fiving strangers.
Oh yeah,
and it was so fun. It
was phenomenal.
You know when we should have known that we were all in trouble? We should have known in '91 when they win arguably the greatest Game 7 of all time.
Yeah,
and what was it? 2 or 3 days after that, we get the snowstorm of all snowstorms, and that was it. That was a sign from the heavens. Hey, hope you enjoyed it, because you ain't getting nothing else, and here's winter and that was it.
Wasn't it almost 3 feet of snow on Halloween?
Jeez. Yeah.
It was almost 3 feet, if I remember correctly.
Wow.
But it was right after, right? Like it was right, like it was a week. Like it was not long after.
Nope.
That parade that just all hell broke loose. But we should have known that was a sign.
Well, Andy was 5 and Alex was 3. I do remember that. So there was not a whole lot of trick-or-treating going on.
Oh, that was the one flex I have, is that we were broke enough to live in an apartment building. And so we were like, just went from a building door to door, and we try to run to the next apartment building because it was one of those complexes, you know?
Oh, sure.
So we were like one of the only people that got to trick or treat. I was bragging about it.
That's not bad though.
So I have a question for you.
Yep.
Didn't those buildings that when you and I were kids, that connected one with, wasn't that called the projects?
I think that's what she meant to say. The projects.
Did you live in the projects? Really?
No comment. No, it wasn't.
It
wasn't. It was just not it was. I don't know what to call it. It was not. I don't know if it has any sort of name, but it was
projects.
Not glamorous.
Projects.
Which was, my mom had moved from Williston by herself away from my dad, and so we didn't have a lot at the time. We had 2 bedrooms for all 4 of us. So
I got to show you something. I just pulled this out of my sleeve. And I must have thrown the thing down on top of the shirt because I put my clothes out at night before I go to bed, so I can get up and just get dressed,
like first day of school style.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I do that. That's a great idea.
You get up too early, right?
Yeah.
Look what I just found in my sleeve. You see what that is right there? Can
Another woman's red hair.
No,
it's a Homer hanky.
Homer hanky.
It's a remnant.
It's a remnant. A thread from my Homer.
It's a remnant of a Homer hanky.
Damn it.
And you know what? Is that not a fitting a tribute to what, you know what? That looks like the Twins bats last night.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's the same thread of hope we were holding on to for that.
Yeah. That's Minnesota sports in a nutshell, captured by Tom Barnard. Not the Homer hanky, just a thread of one.
We're gonna put this in a frame. Our thread of hope.
Yes.
And Judd, how much responsibility does Rocco have for last night's failure? Because it feels like in a lot of sports, like some coaches, whether it's working officials or working umpires, it feels like he just kind of sat in the dugout and watched this whole thing fall apart. Like, should we expect him to be more animated and try to get his guys fired up?
You know, the problem is it's not that part of it's not his style. So I don't think you can turn that on. I think that's something that you sort of have or don't have. And the problem is, and I mean, this is Rocco, this is Derek Falvey. The problem is, you know, they are so content to put up with guys that strike out a lot. And it's frustrating to watch that in June, but it's June, right? Or let's say July. But you knew, like your faults in the playoffs are magnified. And so I do blame the team for the construction of this, the playoff strikeouts aren't a surprise. We saw this. No. I believe they struck at a historic pace this season.
Yeah, they broke the record for whatever.
Yeah. And then they struck out in this series alone 13 times, 11 times, 14 times, 14 times, 52 times. In 6 games, they struck out 70 plus times. So you've got to put the ball in play. I don't care what people say. You have to put the ball in play. It gives you an opportunity. And this team, the issue is this: you spent September kicking the asses of a lot of bad teams, which, it won the division. It gets people excited. Houston's not a bad team. Houston is the defending world champion.
You are correct. There's no doubt about it. So, all right, Pally, I know you got to go and be miserable doing.
I got a quick question, though. Yes. Kevin, Jim Kleinsasser wasn't nice to you? Jim Kleinsasser was the most meat and potatoes guy I've ever met in my life. I am shocked by that. Chris Carter, I could have believed.
Now, wait a second, Judd. Did you? Tevin's black. You didn't know
that? Yeah, no, Jim Kleinsasser, he looked like he wanted to be anywhere other than hanging out with a bunch of kids that thought he was the greatest ever.
Oh.
But there were other people like Michael Bennett when he was here. He actually played 2-hand touch football with us. I remember he was on the other team and he juked the entire group of 12-year-olds.
Oh, take that!
And probably got hurt. You kids probably cost him a season because he was always getting hurt somehow.
I remember I touched him to be down, and I was exhausted. I was like, "Mom, I just chased down the fastest man in the world. He's an Olympic sprinter. I thought I was on my way to the NFL."
So what you thought?
Well, then you get humbled. You get humbled real quick.
All right. Well,
all right, guy.
Another one of those deals. That's all I know.
Talk to you on Tuesday.
God, I'm looking forward to it because there'll be another sport to be talking about. I don't know. It's not going to be football, though. I'll tell you that. They suck worse than the Twins.
Yes. We'll find something to inevitably get excited about and then deflate us when it matters most.
I love it. Thanks, pal.
Bye, everybody.
Have a great weekend. Judd Zolgad, ladies and gentlemen. Score North. Take a break. Be right back in a couple of minutes. Chris Eggert will join us. I'm so happy to welcome back our longtime friend, Sabre Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning, to the show. I've known Steve, the owner, for many years, and I completely trust Sabre to keep my house comfortable, which he does. Why? Sabre does everything the right way, and they always put the customer first. I love the team at Sabre because their service experts are experienced NATE certified technicians. They are not salespeople. Their pricing is completely upfront, and they fix only what needs to be fixed and nothing more. Sabre is dedicated to giving customers what they need when they need it at a fair price, keeping your family safe and comfortable without breaking the bank. Give Sabre Heating and Air Conditioning a try. I know they'll take care of you just like they've taken care of me and my family. Whether you need a new Bryant furnace or air conditioner replaced or just simply need a service call to get you going, go to saberheating.com. That's SABRE heating.com. Sabre and Bryant, whatever it takes.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialki from Bialki Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialki Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkilaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
The only thing I really like about this show is you always, to make me sound better, put me right after Bob, because anyone would sound better.
Bialki, Bab, my Bob Sansevier. You're going to want this place. Bab.
He's going to love that.
It's the small things. I try to prop you up the best I can.
Thank you. It's the small things. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you. His name is Josh Arnold. He's a good friend of mine. And matter of fact, whenever I have financial needs, I talk to Josh about him because he's very bright. God, don't tell him I said this, but he is a very bright guy. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. That's very important to me. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor. Call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That's 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did, and tell him his guy, Tom, sent you. We are back, ladies and gentlemen, quickly checking the weather. It's going to be very easy to do because I can say today a 30% chance of rain with a high of 55. Tonight, rain with thunderstorms possible, low of 46. Tomorrow, rain with a high near 47. Friday night, rain before 2 a.m., around 46. On Saturday, a chance of rain before 8 a.m. It's going to rain every damn day for the next 4 days.
Yeah, you sound like the Family Guy weatherman, where he's just like, it's gonna rain.
Right. Cloudy and 43 now, but a 30% chance of rain mainly after 5 p.m. Increasing clouds with a high near 55 tonight. 15-mile-an-hour winds, gusts as high as 30. So that's good. 55 rainy and 30-mile-an-hour winds. That's what you're looking for.
What a combo!
It sounds like that blowhard Chris Eggert doing the news. The wind's blowing that hard.
Hey,
you're not wrong. You're not wrong.
News brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 48-minute financial evaluation. Chris Eggert now joins us.
Hello.
How you doing, Pally?
Good. How about you?
You know, I got to be honest with you. I'm being very sincere and honest about this. If it weren't for the Channel 5 news in the morning when I get up, I don't know what the hell I would do, because if you go on to the national news, you will get so depressed after about 5 minutes, you're going to have to just go hide under the bed. There is nothing good going on in this world right now.
Yeah, you know, and then you hinge all your hopes on a sports team, and then they let you down.
I knew I would nut up on that. There you go. There you go.
I was so, I don't know. I was yelling at the TV the way I would normally yell, like during a Vikings game. I've never been that hyped about a baseball game, and I was like, it was just, but I know you guys talked about it a lot with Judd already, so that
no. I want to hear your take on it.
You do look for like things like this, like when there's all kinds of bad crap going on in the world. Like that's the thing that the sports teams give us, is they give us a refuge from that, where you can kind of forget about that for a while and get behind the team. So that definitely wasn't the way we wanted it to go last night. But
well, I mean, 14 strikeouts again, Chris.
Are you guys anti-Rocco? What's your take on Rocco?
I'm not hot or cold on him. I just think he's a nothing. He's not good. He's not bad. He's just kind of nothing.
Yeah, he's very nondescript.
Right. Typical Italian. You know what I'm saying.
Oh, great.
Brittany, how do you think Rocco, how do you think his body looks? I know you have a...
I think his body actually looks great. I love that he had twins. I thought that was so cute. Nobody talks about that enough.
Is that what he calls his breasts? My twins?
That's what it's not a bad nickname. Mine are actually twins.
Twins, huh?
Mine are more like cousins. You know what I'm saying?
They're not twins, they're cousins. One goes this way, one goes that way.
And that's on breastfeeding. You're welcome, world.
It happens.
Yeah.
It happens.
It happens. It's fine.
Indeed.
It's fine. So, yeah.
So, Chris, it was, what more can I say?
Yeah.
It was painful. No question about it. I didn't go to the game yesterday. I went to the game the day before, which they got slaughtered. Literally, I walked in the stadium because I was late. I was calling on a client, so I got there about 5 minutes late. They were down 1-0. I am going to – this is when the score changed. So I'm in the area. I'm about here for my seat. Up, 3-run homer. It's 4-0.
And then you're like, okay.
Oh, I wanted to leave, and Catherine wouldn't do it. Chris got up and left.
Chris is gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, you should have just left, right? I don't know, whatever. And then you can't be mad at. I mean, we got some excitement out of it. It was fun for a few weeks to see him be relevant. I don't know. The Wild start their season tonight. We talked to them today. They're excited about a new season, and they're rolling out all kinds of new stuff to energize fans. So I know they never let us down.
That's a good point.
You horn tootin'.
What's the new food at the XL Energy Center?
Oh, we didn't get into that, AJ, which I'm so happy about.
What? What the hell was that?
What's the new food at the
we talked about that. We talked about that last week with the Twins playoff stuff. Just like Chris despises. Like, who cares? It's a hot dog that's got like sprinkled bacon on it. Who cares?
Every news station, Tom. So all the pro sports teams do this thing like a couple days before the season starts. And then all the news anchors are like, hey, the Minnesota Wild unveiled their new food items. They're available at the X this year. Oh, check it out. It's something with bacon on it.
Give us what we want. That's what I want.
No, you don't.
Yeah, it is. You don't know me.
I don't know. Maybe people do want that. I don't. I don't want to deliver it.
How about if I just get a gallon of chocolate fudge ice cream? How about that?
Hell
that sounds great.
Oh, we're talking. Sit there and shove that all down.
I wonder if anyone's ever thought of that. Just actually sell those boxes of it like you used to get. Well, grab a box of Blue Bunny, sit down in your seat, and go to town.
Imagine the guy next to you, a stranger, comes back from the concession, and then all of a sudden you just have a box of ice cream that's just suddenly in your lap. Sorry, man.
Yeah,
and like sharing it among your group.
One of my favorite things, and this is a true story. I run into the Kemp's ice cream guy about once or twice a year.
Mm-hmm.
And every time I run into him, he goes, I haven't heard you talking about Kemp's lately.
Damn.
He's a great guy. The Kemp's guy. I assume it's the same guy. It's been a while, but yeah, I'd run into him all the time. He goes, why aren't you talking about Kemp's? You love Kemp's. I do. Yeah, you're right.
Wow, the ice cream man's trying to muscle you a little bit, Tom.
Right. Tell us, send some free samples to the studio. We'll talk all day.
Well, he did back in the day. He used to send in ice cream all the time back in the day. We'd eat ice cream at like 4 a.m.
Perfect.
But what are you going to do? It's better than Ben and Jerry using their money to puke all over America. But anyway, well, don't they?
I forgot about that.
They make delicious ice cream.
They make great ice cream, but
That's
they're a
all
couple
that
of the biggest assholes ever born. And
they definitely like their causes. That's for sure.
I don't understand why people hate making money. Like, you make amazing ice cream.
They do.
And
You're right.
Listen, we here we show up, we have opinions, and we talk. I guess because I don't have any other skill sets. But if I made good ice cream,
what do you mean other skills?
Me personally.
I mean any skills.
Thank you.
Okay.
But if I was like making bank off ice cream, I'd sit down and shut up. I would not be like ever saying what I feel on this or that. Like,
couldn't agree more.
Well, my favorite part was when the Ben and Jerry got arrested for like protesting like Black Lives Matter thing, and everybody was like, "Isn't that so awesome?" I was like, guys, first of all, they were not out here in the streets and just happened to got arrested. This is probably a very calculated ordeal because they want to make headlines. They weren't just
it's about being in the news.
But I compartmentalize no matter what. Like, I remember,
you have to.
I remember for a while, and Chick-fil-A has talked themselves back out of it, where they're like, we don't care. We're not going to endorse anything. We're going to be neutral.
The abortion thing and all
that. But that was such a long time ago. But I remember Chick-fil-A just came around, and I had it, and I was like, this is so good. And this is before they like talked back their comments or whatever. And I didn't feel strongly about it, but like everyone around me did. So I'd like secretly eat Chick-fil-A.
In a back alley, just shamefully eating Chick-fil-A.
So good.
You have never had Chick-fil-A?
It's not.
Oh, yeah.
It's
not?
It's
what?
It's the most overrated
really
chicken sandwich you can have.
Chick-fil-A?
Yes. Yes.
Wow.
I'm just gonna say,
Okay.
I hate pulling the black card, but Tom, who are you gonna believe?
Oh, question. What is your
two honkies?
First off,
You went with the fried chicken thing, Chris.
Tevin, I hate
Yes,
to say
Brittany.
this. You're barely black.
I'm more.
Oh my God.
Okay, please tell me how black I should be.
How black
Oh
am
my
I?
God.
Oh, he's blocking himself.
We need a real black guy in here, not him.
No, Tevin. Okay, more importantly,
But no,
what
Chick-fil-A,
is the
overrated.
chicken? Tell me what,
It's overrated.
and just tell me which one you'd go to then.
I mean,
What
if we're
place?
talking about like we want chicken sandwiches, if you're gonna go to a chain one, I would go Popeyes.
I was scared you're going to say that.
Agreed.
Their chicken sandwiches.
I agree.
There's
Here's
one that starts
local.
with a B.
What?
There's one that starts with a B that's really good. Chicken sandwiches. It's like Brazers or not. What the hell? There's one down on the campus right there on 15th and what is it?
Canes. There's
Raising
now.
Cane's.
Oh, Raising Cane's.
Yeah,
Is
That's what I'm
Raising
talking about.
Cane's good?
Raising
Really
Cane's
good.
is super
Yeah.
good. They have the best
Really good.
lemonade.
Let me just tell you
ever.
this. Popeyes, hands down, chicken-wise, it is a better chicken.
Right.
But Chick-fil-A sauce will
it's
keep me.
trash.
Whoa.
Chick-fil-A sauce is so bad.
Whoa.
It's like honey mustard
Because
and
I got
ketchup.
Popeyes the other day. It's over on Chicago, and I got it, and I was like, "This is so good." I don't like just how much mayo they put on there. Like I
don't
would
like
like
all
just
that
a
mayo either.
yeah, it's a lot of mayo, but it's the superior fried chicken. I agree. I just wanted us to have this talk. This stuff matters to me. I'm out there doing the footwork.
But if you're gonna go local, Nashville Chicken Coop over in St. Paul,
Okay.
is super good. And then as well, Dave's Hot Chicken is
Well,
a chain, but it's okay.
Have you had Revivals?
Revivals.
Revival makes a dang good
Revival's
chicken.
Because they have like sweet, they have a little bit of sweetness in their pickles, Tom, and they don't do too much mayo. It's just and then their tomatoes are insane. Like I don't even know where they're getting these tomato slices. They're amazing.
Now, can I prove to you that I grew up in the ghetto?
Mhm.
You know where my favorite chicken's from?
Church's Chicken.
Lund's Byerly's.
Oh, there you go.
Okay, first of all,
Oh,
Lawrence and
no.
Byerly's is not ghetto
No,
by any
Have-
stretch of the
Buying
imagination.
your favorite chicken at a grocery store.
no Cubs. Have you ever had Cubs
That was
fried
really,
chicken?
It's really good.
It's really
It is.
good.
I agree.
My friend, I have a friend. We invite her to the parties because she always brings that. Thanks, Trishna. Like she always, that's always her. She swoops
She's
up
thanking
and grabs
her.
a bunch of fried
Can't go wrong bringing fried chicken. Like, dude,
Love
people
fried
love it. Delights. My stepdad is like one of the grumpiest people in the world. You put a some fried chicken in his hand, and it's like crack. He just all of a sudden he's like,
Yeah.
rainbows are shooting out of his eyes, and he's just so happy. It's just get that fried chicken.
Isn't it funny? Trishna once brought it to an event where I was like, why would you bring fried chicken? Like, it's such like, there's already a meal here. What's going on? And then I just saw 45 people run towards that. And I was like, nope, I get it. I get why you're popular. I get why you brought it. You win this round.
All right, let's get together and have a chicken party.
That would be awesome. I'm into that.
You'd have to come in the studio, though.
Great. We can do a tasting. We can do a blind taste test. Set up
Let's
the
line up
sandwiches and then figure out which one we like better.
All right, Pally, we'll talk to you tomorrow.
I will be here, I
I'm
think.
looking forward to it, young man.
Okay,
I
guys.
think. Well, you might get fired.
I don't. Who knows?
We'll talk to you tomorrow, Chris. Thanks. Chris Eggert, ladies and gentlemen, brought to you by Mr. Money Talk, Josh Arnold. Call Josh for your free 46-minute financial evaluation. And now let's turn to the missing dog news.
Oh, yes. Okay. I'm
This
so
is
glad.
So sad.
It's really sad.
I know. I didn't expect you to. Okay.
Well,
So-
you asked me to do it, and then
Not
she's
prepared.
not ready.
Not prepared.
I'm
She
sorry. I
asked
was
me,
listening.
Would you do this? I said, yeah.
I got it.
Yeah.
So I go to her, and she's like, oh, disaster.
So Chris Jefferson wrote in, and he's very concerned. He lost his dog, Bandit. He's actually has the address it's on the corner. It's over by Kowalski's
In Uptown.
He lost. I'm still trying to decipher. I
It's
believe
a 10-week-old wiener dog.
named Bandit. So if anyone's seen a 10-week, a little
10-week
puppy
old.
wiener dog,
It's tan.
it's tan, named Bandit. Reach out to. I have his phone number, so you can just either message us or you can even call in at 952-600-2575.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Right off
Do
the
that
top of the
again.
dome.
What's the number again?
That was impressive. 952-600-2575.
And the dog's name is what?
Bandit, and it's a
Bandit.
little
Okay.
dachshund / wiener dog.
Find it, bring it back. God damn it.
God damn it.
You heard me.
I hope somebody just has it in there. And I don't know. I asked him if it's chipped. He hasn't written back to me. So we're going to find out. I'm going to find out more. I asked him a bunch of questions on the break.
I hate missing animals.
It tears my heart apart.
I know.
He wrote in, goes, he didn't come back overnight. And the idea of this little curled up cold somewhere. I know it's Minnesota. I have chased dogs down. Like one time I put my car in park on Xerxes, chased a dog through that neighborhood and he died. At least it's Minnesota. We know that this dog is sleeping in somebody's extra dog bed somewhere.
Probably.
Yeah. So we're good.
Back, though. We got to get it back for him.
Yeah, we have to.
God, I don't even know what the hell Catherine would do if Jude ever disappeared. She would lose her mind.
Yeah.
You know what he does to her every night now? I know we got to go here very quickly, but he's like 11 years old now.
That's insane. I don't like that because I think of him as a puppy.
He still looks like a puppy. Still looks like a little puppy. But every night now, when it's time to go to bed, he will not get off the chair. She has to carry him upstairs.
Oh my God.
It's like, what? Oh, really? He's like,
so I don't know what he is like. He can't be the same category of a dog because I have like big dogs who are like, you know. And so I was in the hallway yesterday and they round the corner and I got to have like a movie moment where he ran towards me. But he doesn't run like a dog. He's like a toy. He was like going slanted because he doesn't run straight. He's like, ugh, ugh. And I was like, it was so funny. It was like watching a drunk person trying to get to me. It was like side to side. He's so cute.
Puppies.
Puppies.
What's wrong with puppies? We will take a break. Be right back. Doug Stanhope's doing a 20-minute interview. Did you see that?
I told Art we need him for 20.
I love that.
Otherwise, we don't want him on at all.
Does Doug know that?
Yes. I hope so. I hope so.
We'll find out. Doug Stanhope joins us right after this. Ladies and gentlemen, Tom here, and I just read a success story from a MN fat loss client, Elizabeth, who just completed the program. Elizabeth writes, I'm a 54-year-old woman who has struggled with losing weight. I had almost constant heartburn, trouble sleeping, brain fog. I tried counting calories, eating bars and shakes, and several other programs in which I would lose 5 to 10 pounds after months of struggling, only to gain it right back. After 60 days in Minnesota, the MN Fat Loss Program, I was down 25 pounds. MN Fat Loss had really empowered me to believe that I can control my eating and my weight without having to sacrifice foods that I like. That's a big thing. Let me assure you that the short 60 days is totally worth it. If you're thinking about finally committing to improving your health, this is the time to start. Work for me. It'll work for you. Work for Elizabeth. Absolutely. You will not regret your investment in yourself. Great job, Elizabeth. I'm so happy to hear about your success. So you're ready to lose weight and feel better? Go to mnfatloss.com and schedule a free phone consultation. It's so easy to see if MN Fat Loss is a good fit for you. They offer a free phone consultation to learn about the program, which I think is brilliant. Doing it on the phone is a great idea. You don't have to take time off of work because of that or get a babysitter for the kids because of that. It's as easy as getting on a quick call with the expert staff. You can share your goals, learn about the program, and see if it is a good fit to help you lose weight and feel better. They also have virtual options to help you if you live far away. So they got you covered no matter what your deal is. To schedule that free phone consultation, go to mnfatloss.com. The only thing you have to lose is that unwanted weight. That's www.mnfatloss.com. I cannot wait to hear about your success story. Please let them know that Tom sent you.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
Look at that timing, baby. Huh?
Bang on.
What do you think of that? I sat down. It's time to chirp.
Talented.
You all have helped support MyPillow and their employees in these tough economic times. Mike Lindell knows this and continues to give back to listeners with deals on his most popular products. You've heard me recently speak about my slippers, the Giza sheets, MyPillow 2.0, and more. Great news, the MyPillow 6-pack bath towel sets are back in stock. The proprietary technology makes them extremely absorbent, yet still provides that soft feel for you that you look for in a towel. You know that. The set comes with 2 bath towels, 2 hand towels, 2 washcloths. Regular price is $79.98. And for a limited time, you can get this 6-pack towel set only $39.99 with promo code TOM. That is a 50% savings. So go to MyPillow.com, use promo code TOM to save 50% on the MyPillow 6-pack towel sets. That is just $39.99 for a set. This deal will not last long. Enter promo code TOM for this special and many more. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Please welcome my very special guest, Doug Stanhope. How you doing, sir?
Good morning, Tom.
Marvelous. You know, I have not talked to you in a long time, Doug, and I really miss talking to you because I'm a rather big fan of funny people. You know what I mean? You know,
no one really says I hate funny people.
Well, I understand because there's a balance there. There's no question about it. No,
How thick are you? That's the question.
That is, well, exactly. Exactly.
Yeah, I think I find the older I get, the less I laugh at. But you know what? That's not true. It's the less I engage. I watch less because when I do actually watch stand up, I laugh sometimes going, is that really funny? Or are you just like easily amused now? So,
you know, Doug, that's interesting you bring that up because just a few days ago I was watching television and I was not laughing at all. And I thought, why are you not laughing? The stuff's supposed to be funny. And is it something that happened during COVID that we just lost our ability to think something's funny even?
A lot of the things like on television, I just realized looking at the Google News that I'm supposed to be on strike because I'm part of the actors union.
Sure.
And I go, what? Because I haven't noticed anything missing from my life with the writers' strike and the actors' strike going on for months and all. Look, I didn't notice so that must mean you're easily replaceable.
Well, see, Doug, that's the whole problem. Now, is that a SAG and AFTRA strike, or is it just it's Screen Actors Guild, isn't it?
The SAG and AFTRA joined the writers' strike, and then the writers settled, but SAG and AFTRA kept striking. And I couldn't name you one sitcom on, but the only time I even see commercials is when I have to watch football live. And then I remember everything I saw, like Young Sheldon commercial would come on, and it was already the worst show I'd ever seen just based on a 30-second commercial. And if that's what the writers are striking to get back in my life.
You know, Doug, I got to be honest with you that if there is a God, I'm sure you and I could talk to him and say, you know, Doug and Tom, you guys should never meet in person because if you ever shook hands, the world might blow up because we have the exact same viewpoint on all of this. It's true.
We'd both be trying to get God on our podcast.
Hey, Doug, Howard, I could come on do an impression for you. Doug, does your back hurt from carrying comedy in America? So I could ask you something like that.
God, hey, God, how do you sleep? Because I have a mattress that'll be delivered to your house. Use promo code God.
That'd be a pretty good promo code, actually. I might have to use that. Promo code God, ladies and gentlemen. Doug, you've always been very open and honest about your life and doing comedy, and you've moved around a bit, and I don't even want to ask you where you're living now because it's none of my damn business, but you take steps back away from all this stuff. You observe from a distance, and I kind of always admired that.
Yeah, no, I've been at a distance. I've still been down in Arizona for 18 years now, a little over. So, yeah, I'm at a very good distance but I just don't observe as much because that old T-shirt, I used to be offended and now I'm just amused, is the opposite for me. Like I used to be amused and now everyone's got an opinion and it's always depressing. No one's even funny on the internet anymore. And so I try to stay just around smiley people who are blissfully unaware like me.
Yeah, I had a big problem with that a few years ago when this all started. And I mean, Doug, I did not know this, but back when I was at KQRS, it was 1986. We were apparently the first morning show in America that put comedians on because no one else would do it. Because apparently they couldn't handle, you know, I don't know. I really don't know why. But so you guys started coming on the show and all the rest of it. And I learned so much from you guys and how you, men and women, of course, how you handle yourselves out in public by using your special talents, which I kind of borrowed from you guys and went, yeah, great to see you. And I came across as very pleasant.
Which is, it's so much more difficult at an early hour.
Yep.
I realized at some point I don't want to do anything in the morning because I'm selling a fake product. Like when I'm being polite and watching my language, I'm inviting people, like soccer moms are listening to this on their way to taking their kids to school. And they're going to go, oh, there's a very nice comic that had some witty, clean punchlines on the radio. Let's go see him. And then they see all the stuff that you can't say on radio or even allude to. And then they walk out because I lied to them.
Well, Doug, I will give you a little tip here. I don't care about language. And you can drop the F-bomb if you want. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. Seriously. This whole idea that, okay, we're going to control what you, first of all, you're already controlling what we think by waving money at us. Yeah, that's one thing about that. Do you ever examine, is there an ability to do comedy on the fact that everything in the world now is about money? And I mean, every single thing is about, well, what's the money part of that? And that's,
well, I find myself doing that with, having a podcast is, anytime I'm just hearing a good story, I'm like, oh, in my head, wait, we're not monetizing this by recording it and putting it out there. Like, why am I wasting this good time for free? Hey, let's leave this bar and finish this story at my studio. Like, that's how my mind works.
When did you realize that's how your mind worked? Were you a little boy?
No. It's only the podcasting that
only
ruined
okay.
it. Yeah. Or, well, I mean, there's also times where, like, I read Reason magazine. It's the only one that I can tolerate because it's not partisan. And then I want to share a story and I go, well, if I get a really good bit out of this, I don't want other comics reading this. Like,
yeah.
I'm like I'm hoarding information because I want to get the bit first. I don't know. I'm sure if I went to a therapist, I'd discover a lot of things about myself that I don't need to know.
Well, I actually did.
I'd rather put on the blinders and have a cocktail and make it all go away.
Well, I'm looking at a picture of you with a cocktail and a cigarette, so you're happy in that picture.
They're not hard to find.
You know where to look.
That photograph is not Bigfoot.
No, it's not. You're absolutely right. Ladies and gentlemen, Doug Stanhope with us. Doug stars in The Road Dog. National Video on Demand digital release was October 6th, the film that accurately depicts the life of stand-up comedians. I think this is a brilliant idea because, luckily, as I said, back in 1986, started hanging out with a lot of different people. And one thing very, very quickly, I don't want to spend a lot of time on this anyway, but Doug, it was very, very difficult during the last 2-3 years. I lost, and man, you must have lost a ton I lost at least 5-6 friends, all comedians. That was a tough period, man.
Oh, I lost a lot of friends to COVID, and I'm talking just mentally.
Yeah,
they didn't die, but yeah, they found different paths and belief systems, and they picked teams. Like, okay, you're on a side now? Really? You took sides?
I love that.
Used to put tweet pictures of a guy getting kicked in the nuts video, and now it's all wings. What wing are you? And woke or sleeping, or I don't know.
No, I'm shoulder to shoulder with you. I just don't understand extreme positions on anything. Look, I've had bad times in my life, but most of it's been absolutely wonderful. I'm a very lucky guy. Yeah, some stuff did suck, but I got to be honest with you, Doug. I could never, ever get on this microphone and say, I'm a victim. Even if I were a victim, I wouldn't admit it.
There's a thing that you might have gone through a similar experience and not care. And those are the people I gravitate towards. I could count a half dozen women that I know and love who go, Yeah, I was molested too. I don't care, whatever. It's just something you went through. I don't sit around and complain about it.
No, that's the whole deal. It's just everybody. Oh my God, you're horrible. And well, first of all, Doug, I got to be honest, fully open and honest with you. If there's one icon of what's wrong with America, it's me, because I am a white man. I'm 71 years old. I grew up Roman Catholic. So I'm a boomer Catholic white guy who doesn't have a political position. I'm the worst person in America.
Yeah, I enjoy my. I think I've earned my apathy, Tom. I spent enough years caring and yelling about different things.
Yep.
Never, as dull and single, myopic, I should say, as right or left, but specific things. Abortion, a specific topic, an issue, pragmatically, and nothing changed by my caring and yelling. So now in my later years, I don't give a shit.
No, I agree with you 100%, Doug. It's like you guys handle it now. It's your deal. A perfect example of what you're just talking about to me in my life is I don't really have a position on abortion because I've never been through one in my life, so I don't know anything about it. Wouldn't you have to go through something like that to even know what the hell you're talking about?
Well, I've paid for a lot of them. I only had one on my own accord, but I've paid for other people's abortions that I had nothing to do with. Right. Like I know them and I don't want them to ruin their lives by having the thing just because they couldn't afford it. But I know that how much my life would be ruined if it weren't for the ability to have an abortion. It would suck. So yeah, I definitely have an opinion.
But that's the good thing. See, that's your life. It would affect your life. And therefore I honor that. In my situation, I just have never been involved in something like that, but I don't have an opinion like, well, just because I have never been involved, you shouldn't either. What the hell do I care? Good for you.
I remember right before Obama got elected, I was building this monstrosity of a deck situation at my house. It's just a money pit that I was having built. And one of the guys that was delivering the equipment, the construction stuff, said, yeah, you better spend it while you can, because if Obama gets elected, all your money's going to go to taxes. And I said, well, he's also pro-choice. So if it weren't for my right to have an abortion, I wouldn't have all this disposable income to be building this stuff to begin with.
Well, I did notice one thing, and I don't think it was Obama necessarily. I think it might have been George Washington, because, yeah, I can pay a few dollars in taxes. There's no question about that. But it's kind of funny how when people take positions, whether they're far left or far right, and I don't like extremists. I like Democrats and I like Republicans. I do not like far right and far left people. I just think they get way too emotional over things they don't even understand. So can we ever get back to when it's just, hey, yeah, you're a Democrat, I'm a Republican, let's go have lunch? Is that ever going to happen again?
It is happening. It's happening everywhere, except everyone lives their lives through a phone or a tablet or a gadget. But yeah, every time I sit down with people, there's no issues. And I live in a town that's full of, the hardcore hippies and people that openly carry, in the Safeway. Well, you really needed a gun to get produce.
That's so
Those
funny.
Were very special apples, Doug.
Yeah, we just had that talk today or yesterday on the podcast. I was like, yeah, none of you need to bring a gun to the podcast. The parking lot's about 2 feet away from the door. Everyone's fine. I'm so glad you said that.
She's going after me there, Doug, because for years I had a permit to carry. I grew up in a very tough neighborhood, was not the most safe neighborhood in the world. So when I was old enough, I got a permit to carry. I don't care. Wait a minute. I shouldn't tell people I don't carry anymore.
Right. You do carry. I see it on your leg right now.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Thank you very much.
Jesus, AJ.
That's a big mistake.
Here's the thing, you guys. I get it. I've slept with a rifle because I was in the military. I'm not scared of guns, but you just have to look at your situation for the day. And if you're coming straight here, sitting in this room with me, we don't need guns here, okay? Let's just agree.
So
I'm an alcoholic and a responsible one with a small man complex.
Yeah.
And I know that that doesn't mix well with a firearm.
Yeah, thank you.
No, that's true.
Thank you, Doug.
That's very, very good. But I will show you, this is a typical Minnesota question, Doug, right here. My granddaughter, 7 years old, wanted me to come to her soccer game last night. So I thought it'd be kind of a cool breeze. And that morning, I put on a bright orange kind of
vest.
Are they vests? I suppose it is a vest.
Yeah, total vest.
I am not kidding you. This is Minnesota, Doug. So I'm dressed up what I think is very pumpkin looking.
Yeah.
For her soccer game, all the rest of it. I had 15 guys. What, are you going hunting? Like, what?
Your next stop?
Because I have an orange vest, I'm going to go shoot something.
Yeah.
I don't really understand your question, but that's just me. So I know we only got a couple of minutes left here, so I do want to hear you talking a little about the Road Dog, released on October 6th, just about 5, 6, 7 days ago, somewhere in there. What's it all about?
It's I get this. I play an washed up alcoholic, chain smoking, self-destructive comedian that's still trying to hang on as his body fails him and his career goes even further in the toilet, and find out that I have I run into my long estranged child who's now an adult that wants to do comedy, and I take him on the road just to use him for a ride, and it goes from there.
But you didn't throw
and
the word.
I die at the end.
Oh, you die at the end? Oh, no.
There won't be a sequel. You're right.
That's terrible news. I just, I was thinking that maybe at the beginning you throw the word brilliant in there. You're a brilliant guy. Can't you throw that in? No.
Allegedly, yes. I kind of have maybe a cult following. I don't know.
Oh, you got much more.
The point is, I didn't have to audition.
Oh, good move. That's a very, very good move. There's no doubt about it.
I didn't really have to act. I just had to remember that my character's name is different from my name. Otherwise, it's just me.
I understand completely. Are you going to get back on the road? Are you on the road?
No, I just taped a special that I got to get to the editing process and then put out, and then write a new act, and then get back out on the road. So that'll be when the weather's nice next year.
Okay, but you're going to come up here next summer?
Yes, at some point, spring. It won't be in the winter.
No, I understand. Yeah, because where you live, and I won't tell people where you live, but I happen to know because I had a couple of friends that live by.
Listen. If you Google Doug Stanhope's address, it's the first thing that comes up.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah, I would just thinking that I'm way too far away for anyone to actually come to my house. I would implore my listeners to send me. I love getting random stuff in the mail. So yeah, steal shit from work and send it to 212 Van Dyke Street, Bisbee, Arizona. And people would just, send me random stuff. I got really cool shit. And only one restraining order. Good. And, one other time I had to call the police, but he hadn't technically trespassed. So,
well, now that you gave out your home address, that's technically kind of by Yuma, isn't it? That'd be the biggest town by you.
No, that's the opposite corner.
Oh, it is
southwest. We're southeast.
Oh,
yeah, we're near Tombstone and Douglas.
I see. The only reason I asked you that question is because Yuma, I believe, is the hottest place in America in the summer, and you don't want to come anywhere near Minnesota in the winter. So that's good.
But I will go to Yuma in the summer. In fact, we did go for 4th of July last year. We went to Palm Springs, but we stayed a night in Yuma on the way out and on the way back. I can 122 degrees. I love it.
I understand that completely. Doug Stanhope, I will tell you this, and I'm very, very sincere about this. I haven't met you many, many years ago. Haven't seen you in a while now, but I love your approach to comedy. I love your approach to life. It's like, you know what? Leave me alone. I'm in here. Now go away. Which I think it's a good approach, Doug. I really do. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, and
it's good to talk to you again, Tom.
Oh, and real quick, you said you're working on your specials, kind of obviously in the early editing stages. Do you have a tentative idea of when you are expecting to release it?
No, I taped it in May, and I've just been blowing off, going through it. I just had to give the editor bullet points. All right, cut that out, put that in, and I haven't done it because I've had other things I had to deal with. That, well, you know, when you have something you don't want to do, everything is more important right now.
Right? Yeah. All of a sudden, laundry's done. You've got all your food
breakfast
right.
Burritos.
Yeah. I need them right now. Yeah.
All right, you got to get in the studio one of these days, Doug. Thank you, sir.
Absolutely. Good to see it. It's good to talk to you.
Absolutely. Doug Stanhope, ladies and gentlemen, brilliant comedian, just got a great attitude. Puts up with zero bullshit, which is one reason I love him so much.
Yeah, he's lovely.
Yeah, he's like very authentic. There is no, he doesn't put on a front for anybody.
He doesn't give a rat's ass what you think of him, which I really enjoy. And he denigrates himself quite a bit, but he is a brilliant comedian. Really good. If you've never seen him, when he does come to town, hopefully we can get him in studio, and you should go see him because he is really good. But it's kind of scary looking at him because his promo picture, drink in the left hand, cigarette in the right hand.
Yeah, he leans into what everybody would consider, I guess, maybe a flaw in a human being, but he is authentically himself and doesn't hide from it.
I just think the guy is brilliant. I do. I think he's very, very funny. He's just a hell of a nice guy. He's got an edge to him. So some people say, oh, he's getting I like that edge.
Yeah.
It's like, leave me alone for Christ's sake.
And that imagery of, like you said, drinking one hand, smoking the other. There's two comedians in my mind that have that imagery, the great Ron White and then Doug Stanhope. Like they've made that like their brand.
You're 100% right. And went all the way back to the Rat Pack. Because Dean Martin did the same damn thing. Drink left hand, cigarette in the right hand. That was my dad when I was a little kid, I'll tell you.
So that's like one of the earliest memories that I have of a stand-up comedian was my grandpa was a huge blue collar comedy tour fan.
Yeah,
and so he loved Ron White. And Ron White just standing on stage with a glass of scotch or whatever it was and a cigar in the other hand. And he goes over this bit of his grandma caught him like masturbating or something, and he was like, my grandma told me that it's better for my seed to land in the belly of a whore than on the ground. And he takes a sip of his scotch. He takes a sip of his scotch and a puff of his cigar, and he just looks at the camera and he's like, and I told her, okay, like where are these whores at?
No question about it. I just love. He was on the morning show years ago. First of all, those guys all came to town. That
Larry the Cable Guy
Jeff
came
Foxworthy, all those guys came to town, and they sold like 8, 10, 12 shows out.
It's incredible.
It was unbelievable how huge that was.
Yeah.
But I just love Stanhope's whole deal. It's like, good to hear. Nice to hear it. I love that about him.
Yeah.
But what the hell? It's doing comedy's a bitch. I wish people would understand. It's very difficult to live and be good at comedy.
Yeah. I also, those hours would kill me. The hours and the traveling and it's not places you can't fly in all the time. You drive for hours.
And people, because they'll see like somebody's Netflix special. And, oh my gosh, you're in this big, beautiful theater. Like your life must be so amazing. Yeah. You're going city to city to most of the time, like dingy, dirty, small rooms for $500 just trying to get your name out there to eventually play in a big theater. It's such a grind. It's like being a musician.
It is. Ron White, one of the great lines of all time. Well, it's not a great line, it's just the way he delivered it. He came in, I think, for about the third time in on the show. And he goes, hey, Tommy, how you doing? I said, not too bad, Ron. How are you? And he's got the cigarette and he's got the drink. And I mean, I just walks in the building with that stuff, right? I said, why? What's going on? He goes, what? You want to ride on my jet? I said, what? He goes, yeah, I just bought a jet yesterday. You want to ride in it? I'm like, no, I'm good.
Right. Also, like you're just going to casually take it around the block real quick and come back to the studio.
You're not going to be flying it, are you, Ron? Because I'm definitely not going then. Then I'm definitely not going to get in that airplane. But yeah, I mean, these guys came to town. Nobody had ever heard of them before. They sold out all those shows, and all of a sudden, man, because that what was the TV special called again?
The blue collar
comedy tour, I guess is what it was called. It was very funny.
Yeah.
And nice guys. Every damn one of them was a great guy.
Yeah.
At least that was my experience. You didn't have any problems with them, did you?
No. I thought they were always lovely. And plus, that one guy plays Mater from Cars.
Larry the Cable Guy.
Larry the Cable Guy. So you can talk shit all you want about him. At the end of the day, like he will always be Mater to me. And there's like a near and dear place in my heart. My nephew made me watch that movie 100 times. So.
One of my favorites of all time, and it doesn't happen anymore. But they don't come in all that much anymore. But whatever. But back when comedians used to come in and do the show, they'd do the family show and all the rest of it. I wish I could name one comedian that didn't hit on Alex.
Oh, really?
Oh God, every time.
That's.
It was like.
Do they know it's your daughter too?
I don't think they did.
That's weird.
Well, comedians have no shame. When I worked at the comedy club, because you're on the road, it's lonely, all that, and I get enough. So we have to go to break here quick. But yeah, they would any server that I would hire, like, girl, I'll fly you out to LA.
Oh,
you can come stay with me.
I still remember.
Everybody calm down.
God, I can't remember which comedian it was. I was wearing like a choker necklace, just like a basic little choker. And he was like, yeah, you know, it makes me want to do things to you. And I was like buy me chokers? Like, I was so confused.
You like being choked? Do you?
I thought he was like hinting that he like it was so wild. He was like, yeah, it gives me good ideas. And I was like, you want to know where I got this choker? Like, you want one? I was like, oh yeah. You're shooting your shot at anybody within 2 feet of you.
Yeah, they get a little lonely on the road.
Yeah, I think so.
Honest to God. But they would sit and stare at her. I'm like, would you stop doing that?
Yeah.
Like, calm down. Well, you must have had to put up with that over the years, I would imagine.
Yeah, but like also I was in my own little studio, a gremlin person, and my vibe is really like, I mean, Alex is the same way, but it's fine. I mean, it was so anytime it would happen, it would be so brief. It would be rare somebody would do a follow-up, like when you respond like that. And if you did, you'd be like, all right, now I feel like we've thrown each other's vibes out. We're not matching vibe-wise. Mm-hmm. I think we're fine.
Vibe-wise. I like using the word vibe-wise.
Vibe-wise.
That works for me.
I do, after this break, I do want you to check out, there's a story on Tom's News Stories that I'm dying over.
What if I don't want to go to break?
You don't have to. It's your show.
All right. I mean, you're only good.
I might pee in this chair, but that's fine. We've got a few.
Let's do it on purpose just to make sure she pees her pants.
Like
burn.
And also, like, you could get up in the middle of the show and go to the bathroom, and like the show would just like be able to continue. It was not like it just crash and burn.
On Tuesdays, I just assume there's like a fire in the middle of the table when I'm not here.
No, that's our hearts are on fire for not having to put up with your bullshit all day. All right, we'll take a break, but we do have a couple. So you want to talk about Tom's News Stories?
Yeah, there's a really good one AJ put in about you're going to be so pissed off what this teacher did to these fourth graders. It's not naughty. I mean, it's not gross.
It's not naughty.
But it's like, what were you thinking, you idiot?
Okay, then we got 2-1 because we still haven't gotten to the Minneapolis Public Schools to discharge racial covenants.
Yes.
Oh, yeah, we got
found at elementary school. So we got 2 big stories coming up.
Oh my God, we're packed.
This is like NBC News.
Oh my God! Call the governor.
Governor.
I just wanted to act like.
All right, Judi Dench. Like
what? Judi Dench. I love it. We'll be right back.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years, but I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now, stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this, at Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
We are back, ladies and gentlemen. Just got an email from Dawn over at MyPillow. We got to get her in studio, but she cannot come in on Tuesdays when you're not here. You have to be here when she's here.
I agree.
Because then I can go after both of you at the same time.
I assume that's what you wanted.
That'll be phenomenal. I can attack both of you. Right.
Tom Barnard hates women.
Oh, there's no question about it. No doubt. Okay, you want to go with Minneapolis Public School? Yeah, but Dawn, yes, we do need to get you in, do some spots together and be on the show. I haven't talked to Dawn in a while.
Yeah.
She's a wonderful, oh God, don't tell her I said this, but she's a wonderful person. So never mind.
Never bring it
She's
up.
got a nice husband too. You know her husband, don't you?
No.
Good guy. It's a great guy. Which one do you want to do first? Your story or my story?
Your story.
Okay, Minneapolis Public Schools to discharge racial covenants found at elementary school. Now, I wonder if I went there because I went to three public schools in Minneapolis.
Okay.
I went to Emerson Elementary for kindergarten, which is 1200 Spruce Place.
It's hard to imagine you ever as any age, but like 60.
Really?
Like I can't imagine a kindergarten Tom. Hi, I'm here to learn colors.
Oh, actually, I did cause trouble. There's no question about it.
Shocking.
I know it's hard to believe, but I didn't know there was a morning kindergarten and an afternoon kindergarten.
Oh, you didn't?
So when we put on the school play, I thought because I was in the afternoon, they did the morning one first. I thought the guy was stealing my deal. Guy walks out doing my lines. I'm like, hey, wait a minute.
I could totally see you.
Oh, yeah, I went after him.
Fraud.
And they don't tell you, like, as a kid, like, hey, there's also afternoon kids. It's like Bloods versus Crips, and you don't mess with each other. Like, I was a morning kid.
I was a morning.
And I remember the last day of kindergarten, we had to go through the lunch line. It was a big day for us because we never ate school lunch.
Yeah.
And like, we have to teach you how to go through the lunch line so that way next year as a first grader, you don't screw this up for everybody. But yeah, morning school is where it's at.
Yeah,
it's all true. Oh, by the way, so who booked Doug Stanhope? You did?
Yeah.
I love that guy. That was great. Thank you for booking him. He's wonderful.
Thanks for doing your job.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, first of all, you don't have to ruin a compliment, Brittany. I know that you don't usually get them because you suck at your job, but like,
Thanks,
what a nice place to work.
Thanks for showing up today.
Well, stay tuned because we got more top-notch guests coming up.
Don't set yourself up for failure.
Top notch.
Be like me, just always everyone has low expectations.
I like this. This works. Minneapolis Public Schools to discharge racial covenants found at elementary school. Racially restrictive covenants were included in land or property titles to keep neighborhoods honky style. The Minneapolis School Board voted unanimously Tuesday to discharge racially restrictive covenants found at an elementary school. Racial covenants were listed in the titles on several parcels at Lake Harriet Lower School. I don't even know where that is. Where's Lake? I'm sure it's by Lake Harriet, but where the hell is that?
So a covenant, just to clear up for me, is a complete just agreement, or is it a legal agreement?
Yeah. I don't know if it's legal. I think you can have legal or not legal.
Okay.
I think.
Okay.
I'm not sure of that though. Actually, I should check. Racial covenants were listed in titles on several parcels at the Lake Harriet Lower School that restricted the occupation or sale of the property to Tevin Pittman. But it says that specifically.
Yeah, I'm not allowed to buy any schools. That was, that's
because you're a non-white person.
Yes.
That's what it says here. Racially restrictive covenants were legally enforceable contracts written to keep homes and neighborhoods in the hands of honkies. Doesn't say honkies, but I thought I'd throw it in.
Yeah, makes me feel better.
Sure. The covenants were entered by the previous landowners when the Linden Hills neighborhood was being developed nearly 100 years ago. Okay, I have a question for you.
Yep.
Why did this take so long?
Because it's probably something that doesn't come up, and it's like those laws where it's like it's illegal to eat ice cream on a Sunday in some small town.
Yeah.
Where it's like we didn't even know this was here.
Well, they have books. Isn't it they have books and books and books of laws that they are just outdated and things?
Yeah.
But this is in Linden Hills, possibly the most liberal neighborhood in the state of Minnesota.
Mm-hmm.
How would you not know that?
I think it is just a matter of paperwork, like going through all the things.
Well, they should have done that a long time ago. Obviously, things have changed quite a bit.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't really understand why they didn't do this a long time ago.
They're probably mortified.
Yeah, and it would be different too if like they were enforcing these laws.
Oh,
It's probably something that they just somebody happened to be flipping through a book of old covenants
probably.
And, hey, we should probably get rid of this.
They saw it and they like had a half second. They're like, let's just rip it out with everyone knowing. And then they're like, we better do this formally.
Yep.
Who wants to vote to get rid of this?
Right, because
really embarrassing.
The last thing you need is like some random old lady showing up and like, well, you can't sell that property to him because he's a Negro.
And then all of a sudden, like, wow, you're right.
Right, and then like now the scandal is we've been ripping up laws that we don't agree with, and it's a whole different bag of mess.
I'm sorry, but we have to go with it. We were talking about it early in the week. I would literally, when you got rid of all those covenants about who can buy the property, I would still add, but we don't want the Irish.
That's offensive to me.
I think it's hilarious. One of the greatest lines in the history of movies.
It's so funny.
And you can't use the two words that he used before white people.
No.
But,
no,
you can't use those. But yeah, so apparently racial covenants, redlining, the denial of access to loans are among the countless ways structural racism was ingrained in society, created racially segregated neighborhoods and schools. Chair Sharon El-Amin told the board on Tuesday, acknowledging them and formally moving them not only allows us to purge these aberrant provisions, I said aberrant provisions, from the title, but it provides a learning opportunity for both our students and our community. I still don't understand, how did this not disappear 50 years ago? I don't get it.
Yeah, I don't either.
I mean, it's the same way like when they went through, like, what was it, a couple of years ago where they were tearing down statues of people that were like racist back in the day. It's just one of those things where I don't think anybody really thinks about it because it's
maybe there's
not prevalent in your everyday life.
Or maybe there's like not a person that's designated for that job. Like maybe that's and especially with the lack of manpower they have in government, maybe there's just not a designated.
Lack of manpower.
Yeah.
About 60% of the people who live in America work for the government.
I know, but isn't it?
Well, there ain't no lack of manpower. I'll tell you.
I thought the big thing is like DMVs, government, and passports are taking like 6 times as long. All these things is that they don't have.
Because they don't have any people.
What is it then?
Because nobody gets off their ass anymore. That's the real reason.
Fine, they don't have a lack of
quality manpower.
Yeah,
they do have a lack of quality manpower.
So that
you know, she said manpower, not women power.
It's a term.
Nope, he was being sexist.
Women are too smart to work for the government.
Oh, okay.
You really killed the momentum of the show there, Brittany.
The show was just kicking ass, and then she has to piss all
Tom Barnard hates women. It's the second time I've said it today.
Especially Catherine and Alex. Especially those two. It's just horrible.
I wish you loved Alex as much as I did.
Oh,
that's what I heard.
Good God, here we go.
Rumor on the street is that Brittany loves Alex more than
me.
Probably.
Yeah.
Probably. I'm more invested in her.
How do you have more invested in her?
So it's a give take. I can't explain to you what friendship is like.
That's wonderful that you have a lot invested in her, because now what I'm going to do.
No, don't
pass all of her bills on to you.
When I'm writing all the paychecks out, I'll just hand it to you and go, here, this is a bill you have to pay.
Financially, I cannot support Alex in her lifestyle.
Neither can I. So there you go.
That makes 2 of us.
Okay.
That makes 2 of us. That girl can spend some dough. I will tell you.
Same, I could.
Oh, you can too. You're good at spending money.
Hell yeah. Actually, she's pretty good about like bringing snacks places. I'm pretty lazy about it.
Yeah.
We will go somewhere and she's like, here's some snacks. I'm like, all right, go. We're gonna go buy this burger over here.
Okay, so look how far we've come. That's the best part. You can read that story and read, oh my God, it's horrible. Negative. No, what I take away from that story is finally you got off your ass and got this done. Good. Now let's move on.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a good thing.
Yeah. They shouldn't use it as a look at how much I've accomplished as in my position of power because I got rid of this. Like, no, it's one that probably had the vote went, you guys think we should get rid of it? Perfect. All right, let's go.
I will tell you that when I was a little boy, and I am not pissed off about it, it's just the way life and society was at the time. I had 2 black friends when I was a little kid. I was not allowed to go in their houses because I was white. That's true. There was another neighbor we had. I could not walk on the sidewalk in front of his house because he was Protestant and I was Catholic.
That's wild.
That's a true story.
I can't.
So I've been through this myself, not in a very severe way like some people.
Yeah.
But it's all. People have been pissed on their whole lives. People love doing that. I don't know why.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I don't either.
But what are you going to do? One thing that really pissed me off is one of the houses I couldn't go into. He had a very, very good looking sister. So
that's why they didn't let you in. They were like, we see you across the street looking at our daughter as she's playing in the yard.
You might be right about that.
It's because you're Catholic. Stay away from
it's because you're Catholic. Although she was Catholic too, so that wouldn't have worked.
But I think she wasn't your type.
You mean like she was too smart for me? Is that what you're saying?
No, like that lady who broke up with you and said, I'm not your type.
Yeah. Well, yes, I'm not your type. That's exactly. It's not you're not my type. It's I'm not your type.
Oh,
that did happen. It's absolutely true. All right. So we got the other side. Now we got it all figured out. We got the covenants all taken care of in Harriet Lake.
Now I need you to read Teacher Made 4th Graders Watch.
I love that when teachers think they can make our children do things.
You're just going to die. Or
you're a teacher. You don't get to tell my kid anything.
Yeah.
Well, it's kind of their job is to tell them
to behave.
Well, yeah. Like, hey, we got to watch this movie.
In theory, I would think that this would be a no-brainer situation, but they went really rogue with what they had to watch. It's Winnie the Pooh, but it's a subsection of Winnie the Pooh. I want you to read it.
Okay, I got to say one more thing before we move on.
Okay.
I had a friend back in school, and I think he still listens to this show to this day, I think. I'm not going to say his name, but he was from Panama, and he was in my health class when I was at North High School. And I will never forget, because he had an accent, right? So when they would show the boys taking showers and how you properly clean to your extremities and all that.
Yeah.
Do a good job.
Yeah.
So we're watching that whole deal. And then they got to the girl part of it, which didn't reveal anywhere near as much as the boy part of it.
Yep.
But as soon as the girl part came up, my friend goes, and he did have an accent. That's all this was. He was screaming, focus, focus. But he kept going, fuck us, fuck us.
Oh, my God.
I'm going, no, that's not what he's saying. He's saying focus.
Right.
I'm just here to tell you.
That's not.
Oh, to like fix the focus thing. Oh,
He wanted him to focus the
back
camera.
in the day on the, you have to,
Like, that's not this kind of movie.
This kind of movie. I will. That was God. That was a long time ago.
you must have been dying.
That had to be 55 years ago. But I can still hear him saying that. I'm like, oh, that's not how you pronounce that word. I'm just here to tell you.
Those memories are so vivid.
I love it. I just loved going to North High School. It was amazing. Although I dropped out. I didn't drop out. I tested out. So
there you go.
It was a big different. Okay, so I'm looking for which story. Is
the
it
first one.
Is it on Complete or Tom's News Stories?
Tom's News Stories.
Okay.
And it's the first one. Teachers Made 4th Graders.
Okay, so we figured out, good, you got everything straightened away at Lake Harriet School, so that's good. Now we move on to Teacher Made 4th Graders watch Winnie the Pooh horror movie.
Yeah.
I didn't even know there was one.
I remember these clips, and it was super spooky. Like, you're not going to get confused with, like, this is your everyday Winnie the Pooh. It was the name of it alone. You'll find out in the story. So
it's not like a cute, it's almost Halloween.
No, it's like Blumhouse kind of vibe.
The trademark on Winnie the Pooh, because it's gone 100 years now since its original thing, it's open to the public now. So anybody can use the licensing. So people have been drafting, and this is like the first major one. It's a horror, like read for Halloween time, a horror movie.
Is it called? It's the one called Blood and Honey.
Yeah, I was gonna have him read it. Yeah.
Okay, because
parents, what?
You read it, but I've got an image pulled up for you.
I have the movie poster whenever you want it.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, parents horrified after inappropriate horror movie shown at Miami Springs Charter School. I don't even know where Miami Springs is. Where the hell is that?
Miami.
Yeah, I'm hoping. Michelle Diaz is irate about the way Academy of Innovation Education. First of all, would you send your kid to a school called the Academy of Innovative Education?
I wouldn't send my kid to a school in Florida.
No, why not?
Because they're like right now some of the worst testing in all of our country.
Oh, it's pretty bad around the entire country.
Not
terrible.
Listen, I'm just saying what I'm saying.
Well, because you don't know what the hell you're talking about. But other than that,
all right,
our school systems are terrible.
Florida.
Yeah. But Florida, I think, is a little bit worse than the rest of the.
You liberals just will. Yeah,
Us
any little
liberals.
thing. It's just we're all the same.
Listen, Florida does a lot great. It just they don't put a lot of preferential treatment on schools.
Why don't we look up the reading skills and the math skills of Minnesota school children?
Reading skills.
They're horrible.
Reading tests.
They are across the world.
Yeah. This was my opinion. That's fine. You keep reading the stories. I'll pull up stuff.
What do you mean it's your opinion?
Is that I wouldn't send my kid to a Florida school if I could have.
They wouldn't let you into Florida, first of all.
Yeah, right. I'll see you there this winter.
They let everybody into Florida.
I go every winter.
No,
it's like Wisconsin.
Mom,
it's like Wisconsin. Yeah. Okay, you ready?
Yes.
Yep. Michelle Diaz is irate about the way the Academy of Innovative Education, a K-12 charter school in Miami Springs, has handled alleged complaints from other parents about what she considers a careless teacher with his students. I feel completely abandoned by the school, said Diaz as she stepped out from a meeting with the school's principal. She said her fourth grade twins were distraught because of a movie their math teacher played for students on Monday, October 2nd. They were exposed 20 to 30 minutes to a movie called Winnie the Pooh, Honey and Blood. The film has obtained an NR rating, meaning it's not rated at all. That's usually because it's so severe, isn't it?
Yes.
The NR rating?
Yeah.
Yeah.
My first question here is, why is the math teacher showing a movie?
I know. What's that all about?
Like English, I understand. You know, you're going to watch like Pride and Prejudice or whatever because you read the book or whatever. History, you got to watch a documentary. What math teacher is showing movies?
I don't get it.
One that doesn't have a lesson prepared for the day.
That's
and
true.
So I just want to kill some time.
He didn't stop the movie. Oh, wait a minute. It says, according to Wikipedia, the film is about two bloodthirsty murderers, one of whom wears a Winnie the Pooh mask while terrorizing a group of young university women. How old were the children he was showing this to?
It'd be 9, 10 if it's fourth grade.
Why?
I don't know. Could you imagine if Fawn was like, I was in class and I watched a horror movie? I mean, she's a little younger than that, but still.
Yeah, no, it's true. He did not stop the movie, even though there were kids saying, hey, stop the movie. We don't want to watch this. It says we don't want this, but I think they meant watch this. Said Diaz. What? ADDOMG. What word is that? Adamg. Some kids. What do you see that word?
What?
ADDOMG is
Probably
a word.
adding that some kids were seriously affected.
So adding, we got an OM instead of an IN.
Yeah, there's definitely some
That's rough.
That's bizarre.
Well,
so why are you ready to be reading this piece of crap? Obviously, they don't even know how to write.
Well, it's from Florida.
It's your fault. Oh, yeah, that's the problem.
I did find math scores by state,
Mm-hmm.
and I put it in stories we love.
Mm-hmm.
States with the highest and lowest math scores.
It doesn't matter anymore if they're high or low. They all suck.
Well, the states with the highest math scores are Minnesota,
Mhm.
North Dakota, Kansas, Iowa, Nebraska,
Makes
Utah,
sense.
Wisconsin, South Dakota, Montana, Wyoming. States with the lowest math scores: Florida, Idaho, Delaware, West Virginia, DC, New Mexico, Rhode Island, Texas, Illinois, South Carolina, and Oklahoma.
You know what's hilarious? You could go by political party and name each one of those states.
No, can't.
Yes, you can.
DC,
Well, DC doesn't even get the vote. Forget it. Get out.
Illinois.
Get lost.
South Dakota.
South Dakota, very political.
I know, but where does it fall?
I know South Dakota's probably. Right now they have a Republican mayor or governor, don't they?
Yeah.
I don't know that it doesn't fall hard right, does it?
Oh, you said very political. I thought you were saying that. Yeah, I thought they were
no,
hard.
that list
I
was
thought they fall hard right. Well, they're in the higher math stores. Montana can go either way.
So Brittany was right for not wanting to send her kids to a Florida school?
No.
First
of all, how can you? This is so typical of your generation. It's not only a city or two in Florida, it's the entire goddamn state.
Sorry.
It's not how it works down there.
I'm probably going to retire in Florida someday, but do I want to send my kids
not
there?
anymore. You're not. You're out.
Why? They
You're
don't
out of the
care.
mix.
Florida doesn't care.
Where I live, you would never get away with that stuff.
Guess what?
It's a very Jewish neighborhood where I live.
I don't care. I'll say it to their faces.
Say what?
Your schools are crap. Step
Not
it up.
where I live, they're not.
Well,
right. It's not every school, but if on average,
I can't afford your neighborhood.
Right.
So I'd probably be in a not
That's
great.
why I live there. Because
Exactly.
you can't afford to live there. It's phenomenal. No, look, I'm sorry, but you can take so many sides on education. Nobody ever does their damn job anymore. They're always on strike. Everything sucks. To be honest with you, there are very few teachers that I would allow to teach my children anyway. They get way too political, whether it's too far right or too far left. They get way too political, which I don't understand in a school system why you are allowed to do that.
Right. You should be there teaching the facts of whether it's math or English or whatever the case may be, not trying to get the kids to necessarily think politically a certain way or the other.
It's so funny. I don't remember ever a teacher leaning a certain way. I never knew what my teachers thought or felt.
Where'd you go to school?
Henry Sibley, which is now Two Rivers.
That's
over
now
in
Two Rivers. Yeah.
It's like West St. Paul area.
Minneapolis North got very political.
Really?
Because it was black and Jewish and Catholic. Mostly, anyway.
Yeah, no, growing up in Wisconsin, like small town, like you could, tell like certain teachers maybe thought a certain way, but it wasn't like you need to think this, or if you offered up a contradictory opinion, it wasn't like, well, you're wrong, I'm right. This is how it really is.
Yeah.
And again, I'd like to be very, very specific. I've been very specific about this for many, many years. I don't give a rat's ass what you do with your personal life, but by the same token, what they're doing in this school is 100% wrong.
Yeah.
But by the same token, all the other places like New York and San Francisco who had all these drag shows going on, I don't care if you're gay or do drag or whatever. What are you doing bringing that into a grade school?
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. They do this shit all the time.
Yeah, I think it's weird.
Why don't we teach?
Like, because I brought Gogo to a drag like reading thing over. It was a business over in Chaska. I had this guy who does drag, and he's just reading a story that he wrote and was lovely. But I don't think it was one of those things you can opt to go or opt to not go. And I would have no problem if like somebody was like, I'm not going to that because I don't want to expose my kids. Okay. Like, but I don't think it should be in schools.
No, it should not.
I think it should be an option.
Like I said, first of all, it's really funny because that's another thing that the pukes in Minnesota threw at me, that I was the homophobic and all. Try being a voiceover guy in America and being a homophobe. It ain't going to work too well. I'll tell you that.
I also think it's also like when I think about drag and stuff like that, when people get mad about their kids being around drag, I think it's just as weird as if you have a grown woman acting like she's Ariel. Like, it's fine, but some people, I don't know if I want Elsa running around talking about, you know what I mean? Like, anything I would ever do with my kids, I would have my kid right there. I don't know who this woman is. I don't know what she does. Like, I look at it as the same way. And I think that it'd be really weird if they're like, today we're going to have Ariel and Elsa come to school. It's like, why? Can you just concentrate on teaching my kid?
Could they learn something? That'd be good.
That'd be really nice. Like, we can watch Elsa on our own time. Thank you. And that's kind of the way I view it. It's just like, let's just.
Right. I'm sending you my kids to school to be educated, not entertained.
Yeah. Like, I can do this at home. We have Disney Plus at home. They can do this at home. Yeah. Like, so that's kind of how I view it. And I get people have their strong opinions on stuff. And I think you should be able to opt in and out on some of that stuff. Is like, if that's what you don't want your kids around, that's fine. Like, my kids never watched TV yet. So I don't want her watching TV yet. Like, that's just what I've decided.
Yeah. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
And little kids, a lot of times, like, when they see a drag queen, like now that's a conversation. If they've never seen a drag queen before, well, now they have to be explained what one is. And I feel like that's something that like a parent would want to do over like a random teacher. Because when I worked at Union, we had drag shows. And I was sitting in the office, and one of our chefs brought his little kid in, and he was just waiting for his dad to get done.
Yeah.
And so the drag queens keep walking back and forth, and he sees one of them walking. He goes, Tevin, she's beautiful.
Oh, there you go.
And I'm like, I'm not going to. It's not my place to explain to him like that's actually a man dressed as a woman. But
I mean, of course, you should have whatever conversation you want. Listen, our listeners are very passionate about. They just don't want things shoved down their throats. I respect that. I totally get it. Nobody's trying to walk around the most woke. But I will say this about kids. They don't care.
No,
they don't care at all. If whoever's wearing a sparkly dress comes in here, fine, will be like, that's a beautiful dress.
Yeah,
They're not like,
I
what
agree.
genitalia were they born with? Like, they don't, it's not, you know. So, and that's, I think our listeners feel the same way, is that like, do what you want to do. Wear what you want to wear.
I
Let
agree.
me make the decision for my kids, my family, and my life. And like, totally get that.
Yeah.
No, I understand. Nobody's arguing that point.
Yeah. Agreed.
It's just I don't see the big difference between, like, you've been attacking Florida. It's no different than any other state. Most states are really effed up in some way.
I know. It was kind of like, I'd say it's like 20% of it was a joke of like making a dunk on Florida just
to
because,
piss me off.
Well, we always joke about a man in Florida kind of story.
Well, there's always a man in Florida.
There's always a man in Florida.
There's
So
always
like,
that.
let's be honest. I'm sure there's amazing schools in Florida.
100%.
I probably can't afford some of them.
Probably true. Yeah.
Like and I'm sure they have great areas with amazing public teachers and teachers that want to make a difference. I'm sure. But like, that was the only thing we really did was we were looking at schools for GoGo when we decided to live where we lived. And it's just something I feel very lucky. And I know you have feelings about Minnesota schools, but we have a pretty good school system.
We do.
Mm-hmm. And we have a lot of
the results I'm seeing.
And we have a lot of charter schools that are free and they're specific. Like,
so that's good.
Yeah. I mean, I have seen a lot of good stuff. My mom's been in the school system for years. She was a teacher for a long time in St. Paul.
No wonder you're such an ass kisser. I knew it had to be something like that.
No,
this is what this is all about. My mom was a teacher.
No, you guys, I would implore you to look into your city. There's a lot of really great schools we have in Minnesota, and we don't. It's kind of like you don't realize how good you have it until you go someplace else and you realize there's a lot of hurdles people have to get. We're very focused on education. Now, nationally, are we kind of sucking because of the pandemic? Probably.
Not because of the pandemic.
Well, I think that's a big part of it.
Yeah.
It might have been. I don't know.
Burnout
we should have learned more during the pandemic, not less.
Well,
no. If I was a kid during the pandemic and like, oh, you're telling me I just sit on my computer and do the homework? Yeah, that's not happening. I'm outside. I'm not really paying attention. I'm just cheating.
Parents.
Oh,
that has nothing to do with
Tom.
Nice parents.
Tom, if you would have had a Struggle Bus USA 101 if you were trying to get your kids to do at-home school. Parents, whatever they did was what you needed to do survival. People had to work from home while their kids were in another room, forcing them, hey, like, what are the chances if you told, hey, Sage, jump on your class at 1:30. I'm going to be in a meeting. Make sure you jump on at 1:30.
Right. Not my job. It's my grandson.
I'm just saying that was an example.
Even if like Alex and Andy, when they were in school, like if they had to learn remotely, like if you put them in front of a computer, like, hey, you have to sit here for 2 hours and just focus on school, probably they'll may last 30 minutes, but otherwise now they're often doing other things.
And you forget that they were classes. They were like segmented. So it was like, my sister paid me to just come into the house. I couldn't go or be around anyone else but their family and, Justin. Paid me because they'd be like, okay, we'll make sure you sign on your computer at noon. We're going to, we're signing off at 11, come back in an hour. Yeah, right. Like Ike jumps on his Wii, or one of his video games. Like he's going to remember to jump. That was my whole job, was like poking the kids, being like, all right, you got a class now. You got a class now for first graders. It was wild.
Well, let me close the conversation with this. One of the reasons I feel the way I do, I hated going to school.
Yeah.
I hated all my didn't hate them. I didn't like my teachers. I learned nothing from my teachers.
Yeah.
Because there were always other kids causing problems and doing this, that. I hated going to school from kindergarten right through 10th grade when I finally tested out. When it lasted one day in college. I cannot stand the ass kissing that goes on in schools.
I feel there's 2 times now I've felt bad for you with nobody read to you as a kid. That breaks my heart.
No, it never happened.
But
I taught myself how to read, so it didn't matter.
Breaks my heart. The connection that I have with GoGo that we read every night, I go,
it's wonderful.
You should. I feel so bad you never had that. And I feel bad that you didn't like school, because as a kid, if you set up a kid to be successful in school and to like going to school, it's just, you see Fawn, she loves school.
She does, yeah.
And
does Sage.
So does Sage.
Both do, yeah.
Is like, that is such a cool feeling for those kids, and to be successful and nervous about things and then do successful. Like, I feel bad that was your experience.
What do you mean success at what?
Like you know, if I just think about my nanny kid, I remember how nervous she was. She was in 8th grade and she was in a public speaking class and she was so scared. And I was like, okay, we practiced. And she was like, I don't want to go to school. I'm so nervous. And I was like, well, just go and fail then. Like that's I had the mindset of like, then fail in front of everyone. That's fine. I picked her up that day. I've never seen her happier in her life because she went and did something that she was scared of and succeeded in it. And that's the kind of stuff you go like, school should be like that. There should be hurdles. There should be hard things, and you should enjoy it. So I feel bad that you never had that experience.
Well, the problem is that a lot of kids can't hang with everybody else, and that causes all kind of problems.
Yeah,
too. It does. Gil fan, get in here. We're talking education. Get off your ass. Let's go.
Should we go to break?
Is that a beer? Yeah, we'll go to break while he's walking in here. Be right back with Gelfano.
Hey, Mike.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live on the Tom Barnard Show app or at tombarnardshow.com.
Why should your business bank with North American Banking Company? Here's Landon and Gavin Miller of D&B Plating.
I've always been impressed with their speed of answers to our questions, and that has allowed us to expand and capitalize on opportunities in the market.
North American Banking Company has never made us feel like a number. They've always treated us as a partner.
For more information about North American Banking Company, go to nabankco.com or stop by any one of their Twin Cities locations. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation, 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch-offs, plastic keys, bubble machine.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
You almost missed out one of the most Minnesota things I've ever been through on this show, Mike.
Which is?
That these two decided that they knew all about Florida and the education system and that how the entire state of Florida is. They have no idea what the hell they're talking about.
Yeah.
Because you may want to notice this, that about 60% of the people that live in Florida are from New York, which is not exactly your far right outfit.
They have, a lot of them, yeah.
They have kids there?
Yeah, absolutely they do.
Oh.
The state of Florida is a magnificent state. Now it has little pockets, just like Minnesota is not exactly a barn burner in some of its areas either. So yeah, to condemn an entire state just because of what the news told you is ridiculous.
It wasn't condemning.
Yes, you did. You
all
both
she said
said
she didn't want to send her kids to school in Florida.
We're talking about Florida schools, and he goes, would you send your kid to this school in Florida? I said, I wouldn't send my kid to a school in Florida, period.
Yeah.
Well, they're not known for their great public schools.
Oh, don't say that.
Where is that?
I'm just saying that they're not known for it. Well, I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah, well, there you go. That's what I said.
When I think of Florida, I mean, I spent a lot of time in Florida, not as much as you, but I've spent a lot of time there. Spring training alone,
Oh, that's true. Yeah,
adds up to about 9 months of my life almost. And when I think of Florida, I think of the definitive moment when I sort of made my judgments about Florida.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going down the highway and everything's nice. I'm going like 60 miles an hour like I'm supposed to.
Sure.
And I look at my rearview mirror and I see this guy who's probably going 90 in the ditch.
Was that on 100?
Well, it's like it's like, you know, he just couldn't wait any longer.
I know.
And so I thought, you know, I don't know if I want to be in this state, but obviously
what does that have to do with the state?
It has to do with first impressions.
So therefore, no wonder I have a completely different position.
Right. Because
I kind of moved to a neighborhood kind of like where I grew up.
Yeah.
Well, it's not poor like my neighborhood was, but I live in a neighborhood that's probably 85% Jews.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because that's how I grew up.
Yeah.
I like that. Catholics, blacks, Jews, you know, got some Spanish folks thrown in there.
So is there a good delicatessen there?
Oh, you can find some delis in Florida. See, that's the thing about Florida.
I know there used to be. I mean, when I used to be in Orlando in the summertime,
yeah,
they had the Wolfies.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It was like Wolfies, the south or north, I guess.
Yeah.
And it was like it reminded me of the old Nankin, not because of the food, but you'd walk into this cavernous restaurant and you'd have like one guy at the door. He'd say, how many? And I'd say, you know, 2. And then he would hold up 2 fingers and he would look about like 50 yards from him. Mm-hmm. And there's another guy standing up and he's flashing the 2, acknowledging that it's 2.
Yep.
And the food was magnificent.
There's no question about it. You find good deli food, you just found heaven.
Yeah.
Still pisses me off.
Well, you got to have it.
Carnegie Deli, for Christ's sake.
I know. It's just plastic.
Why would you close it?
The
one in New York was phenomenal.
Well, yeah. No, we used to sit when I covered the Twins. We used to stay in this rundown hotel right off Times Square.
Oh, sure, yeah.
But we were a block away from the Carnegie.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And,
55th Street.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time there.
Or 55th Avenue with that. No, it'd be 55th Street. Yeah. Oh, God, I did too. Absolutely. It was wonderful going to Carnegie Deli because you sat at picnic tables, which I thought was hilarious in New York City.
And they treated you just like garbage.
They were always very nice.
They would always insult you when you came in, you know.
Oh, yes, you would get insulted.
Yeah.
Yes, that's just how, especially if Henny Youngman were there, because he was there every day.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And everybody got bad mouths when Henny Youngman was in there.
Yeah.
No, I think it's one of those situations where people judging an entire state by things they've seen on TV, whether it's Minnesota or Florida or wherever it is, like from watching television, I used to think, God, I would love to live in San Francisco, but now I wouldn't live there if you gave me a house. Now, is that fair?
Well, I think it's fair because I totally agree with Mark Twain.
Well, you're right.
The coldest summer I ever spent, the coldest winter I ever spent was summer in San Francisco.
Summer in San Francisco.
I never experienced a good day there.
The weather's not great. That is true.
It's not great. Of course, you can't afford to live there anyway. So.
Oh, you got that right. But no, we loved it. I still see. I take it the opposite way. Mm-hmm. Give you a perfect example. First time I was ever in San Francisco, Andy was a newborn. Mm-hmm. Catherine and I are pushing him down the street in San Francisco in a baby stroller. And these 2 guys, one of them had his head on the other guy's shoulder. It was a gay couple, obviously. Mm-hmm. The older guy's driving, and the younger guy's leaning up against him. And the younger guy looks over at the stoplight, and he looks at Catherine, me, and Andy, and he goes, "Effing breeders."
Like, that's funny.
What?
I love that.
Oh, that's funny, though.
Yeah.
It's so stupid. It's funny.
Right. He's lucky I didn't jump in that car and whip his ass. I'll tell you that.
I mean, if somebody screamed out breeder to me, I'd say correct.
Effing breeders.
Okay, but correct. Like, I just think it's funny because it's so stupid. It's ridiculous. And where did this person come from? Breedy. Like,
that's what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, if you want to condemn entire states, we'll get after it.
How did I condemn an entire state because I said I wouldn't want to send my kid to a public school in Florida? How did I condemn it?
Because there are really good schools in that state.
I even said there probably is, but on an average, their numbers are way down. Now, did I want to live 20 to 30 minutes away from, most of my work? No, but I looked at some of the school stuff before I went there. So it's not insane for me to say, on average, they have the worst math scores. So if I'm going to pick where I'm going to live, it's probably, if I'm raising a kid, probably not Florida. That's not an insane thing to say. That's not based off of
the entire state is totally different.
I'm sure I could find one, but if you're going to tell me on average, it's not a crazy thing for me to say is I would rather not send my kid to a public school in Florida.
Okay, outstate, where would you send them? Outside of Minnesota, where would you send them?
I haven't even done enough research to know, but I just know that like when we even looked up the math scores, they were the they were the #1 and lowest math scores.
I've looked at the math scores across America. They're horrible everywhere.
Oh, they're getting worse everywhere. Yeah.
They're terrible.
Some of them are still okay, but they are getting worse. And I think both of you make a good point.
Well, it's true. That's generally how it is. But they don't do that on the news, so people think they have to have a hard stand on a certain position.
Yeah.
Look, there are parts of Florida I would never live in. There's no question about that.
But that's what Brittany just said about schools.
No, but what I'm saying about it is there are certain parts of this state I would never live. No way.
Same. I go to Florida every year. My parents live there.
Get out of my state.
Rich.
Get the hell away from me.
I'm rich. I go pay for I don't pay for anything.
Nothing.
I don't pay for anything. I just get the flight and go there, and then my mom watches Go-Go, and I just hang out in a golf cart. I love Florida. I have a blast there. I always go. Like I could see
you're not getting back in. I'm talking to DeSantis today, and you're not getting.
But I'm telling you, their focus. That
He's out.
In the places I have been in Florida, I've made it very clear is like I've been hanging out in retirement areas. Why would they put a lot of time and energy into schools in those areas?
Well, yeah, because it is true that the populations there don't want to, they don't want to pay for public schools, which is ridiculous because good public schools are the best thing you can do for a neighborhood. But one of the problems is that I see, if you want to look at this thing in a larger context, it's that everybody wants to kill public schools. Mm-hmm. It's on the people on the left, people on the right. They have different methods, and I think the people on the left, they are more in favor of public schools than people on the right, which a lot of people on the right call them government schools.
No, government schools.
Yeah, so you know how they feel about it.
Government schools.
But you look at what's happening in Minneapolis, where it's just the people on the right obviously don't believe public schools. They just don't like them in general. Mm-hmm. The concept is basically just odious to them.
I never liked school. I hated it.
Well, no, I never learned a thing in school.
No, nothing.
But I think a lot of that was just because my brain was so messed up. And a lot of it was just because you do have the problem with schooling in general is that it's one size fits all.
What's really funny about that, and this, I guess, probably one of the reasons I get so touchy about Florida is when I talk to Minnesotans, even about where in Florida. Oh yeah, we go to Florida, Tom. We go. So where do you go, Tom? To Bonita Springs, or where do you go to Naples? I said, no, we have this place on the East Coast. What? I said, what do you mean, what? We have a place over on the east side. Minnesotans will not go to the East Coast of Florida. They won't do it. Louis Nanny's down there. Jerry Grudel, a friend of mine. Glenn Mason, see once in a while. That's it. Minnesotans will not move to the east side. And you know why? Because they're afraid of New Yorkers.
Really?
Oh, there's no question about it.
Well,
especially Jewish New Yorkers, Mike, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I can understand.
That's true.
When I was 18 and I walked into this whole new world, not because it was on the university campus, because I went to high school and junior high school there, but now I'm working at the Daily, and this is not, and it's really it's just a great bunch of people there because they're from everywhere. And I had people come up to me like there was a girl, she was from a small town, and she said to me, "Hey, Mike, you must know the Shapiros in New York Mills." I said, "Well,
You're a Jew."
Yeah, exactly. I'm saying why would I know them? Because I didn't really even understand that people thought that way. It's like, and also because I'm 18 and I have always been surrounded mostly by Gentiles. I never lived in a Jewish neighborhood. Grew up in a Catholic neighborhood.
That's right.
Cretin Avenue, and right by St. Thomas or close enough. And so I had no Judar at all.
Judar. I love Judar, by the way. That was a real thing when we were kids.
Sure. Yeah.
What?
Yeah. And I had never even heard of it. So like, I mean, I had kids that went to high school, you know, kids with names like Rubenstein. And I'm thinking like, oh, I guess he was Jewish. It's like,
I didn't know that.
I mean, that's how stupid it was for me, but it's a whole new thing. And so it's just, then you go into this large campus and there's people who look at you as a Jew, when you really don't even look at yourself that way. Mm-hmm. So immediately you embrace that identity because you figure you probably should stand with your people. But until then, I mean, yeah, my dad used to walk me up to Cecil's occasionally.
Oh God, I love Cecil's. Don't bring up Cecil's.
Oh, I know.
We should go over there today.
I had a friend of mine brought me some Humentations from Cecil's the other day, and they were, oh my God, it was phenomenal, absolutely phenomenal. It's not real pure, but I like the apricot ones.
Well, nothing wrong with that.
No, it's just that, you know, traditionally it's got to be prune or poppy seed.
No, I guess in closing, I mean, I guess the reason I get offended is that condemning an entire state because of one area. I just think I really wish human beings would get away from doing that.
And schools, you know, the thing is schools tend to be about as good as the property tax.
Yeah, well, that's exactly right. Yeah. Because down where we hang out, those schools ain't exactly cheap. I will tell you that.
Yeah. And it is sad, but, you know, I mean, if you can teach people, you know, there's homeschooling and you don't need to be, you know, you don't need money for that.
No.
And I know people have been homeschooled and they run the gamut.
Oh, I bet.
Obviously, there's just as good as the people who are teaching them.
Yeah.
But the fact is that, you know, that otherwise, if you look at the big picture, yeah, public education, just like private education, takes a lot of money to do it right.
Yeah, well, it does, and it's always about money. I mean, I was just thinking about that. The only place that I don't like in America is Houston, Texas, and it's not because of the people or anything like that. Mm-hmm. It's because they have the worst freeway system I've ever seen.
No, why would you just say a sweeping generalization bad about Houston?
Because Texas. I just gave you a reason I didn't like it, because it's the freeway system sucks.
There's too many people there.
See that?
Houston's a nice place,
and
though.
I didn't condemn the entire state of Texas, now did I?
Oh, well, the entire city of Houston, though.
But wait, are you inferring that I condemned the whole state?
No, you kept saying you hated Florida.
He's implying it. He's not inferring it.
Okay, are you implying that? Because by no means did I ever say that. In fact, I've told you a bunch of glorious things. I just said I wouldn't send my kid to a public school there. You keep saying
Florida.
In Florida.
But in which part of Florida?
That's I'm just saying, in general, I wouldn't.
Why?
If I'm focused on education and I know that in general the public schools are the lowest, and so I'm not, the fact that you keep saying, well, I'm not condemning a whole state. I never condemned a whole state.
Yes, you did.
Because I said
several times that Florida, I don't like Florida. That's what you said.
I never said I don't like Florida.
Didn't like where your parents live in Florida, and you never want to go there.
Oh, you're such an asshole.
You're such right into that one. Did you notice?
Lisa wrote in. Lisa Holmes.
Right into it.
Hey, Britt, I lived in New England when I was a child, and when we moved to Florida, my twin sister and I were shocked to find how behind the school was. I was a child and really noticed. Love you guys, Lisa.
Well, I could say the same thing about North Minneapolis. I couldn't believe how bad the schools were.
And the other thing, you know, looking at the big picture again, is that when schools become politicized, which they have been in Florida.
They have been, yes.
Then nothing good can happen.
Well, everywhere they've been politicized. Well, look at San Francisco. Jesus.
Well, yeah, sure. But that's the culture of San Francisco.
But it's also the culture. It's not all like that in the entire state of Florida. It's just not.
Oh, no. Well, you know, I'm sure it isn't. I'm sure that not everybody goes by the letter of the stupid law in Florida. But it is an obstacle. I don't know. I mean, it's the thing about schooling in general is that, you know, everything changes when you go from one district to another.
It does.
And even from one school within the district.
Changes greatly.
Remember, it's been a long time now, but a group of liberals decided that they were going to correct all the problems with New York public schools.
Oh, they were. Okay.
And they came in and they spent like hundreds of millions of dollars. And I think it was people like, I don't know for sure, but it seems like it was people like Jeff Bezos, people like that.
Oh, sure.
They were going to fix everything.
Yeah, that's right. It was him. You're right.
They were going to fix everything. Well, it was a good idea. But after they poured all this money in, you know, and waited a few years, it turned out that the money didn't even help.
No.
Because, you know, because schooling begins at home.
No, if your parents don't care about schooling, you're not going to care about it either. There's no question about that.
Yeah.
No, I don't know. Like I said, I'm not the one to talk to about education because I never, ever liked going to school.
No, I couldn't stand it.
Well, yeah, you see, there you go. You didn't like it either.
No, well, because I couldn't learn the way you were supposed to learn.
Right.
And I think that's why I say one size fits all, because, you know, it's the idea is probably a good one to begin with, but you just can't take 30 kids in a classroom and think that they're all going to learn the way you want them to learn.
No, that's not going to happen.
And most of us probably were just wasting our time there.
You know, and there's so many amazing charter schools here in Minnesota that will pivot to that. I mean, there's ones that will lean towards STEM, they're hands-on. There's a zoo school what school? It's called the Zoo School. It's like hands-on, and it's over by the zoo. It's just amazing. There's all these crazy, amazing schools that are funded in Minnesota that are at our charter schools that are free. And so like I think about how many different jobs there are, right, Mike? Like you're amazing at some things, but maybe you're not great at classic traditional school, you know, learning. So what would be beneficial is if you see your kid is struggling in that and you are able to pivot and take them somewhere else. And you go, oh, if they excel at this, like maybe they'll want to do construction because they're really good with hands-on, or maybe they'll want to lean toward it. So I think that's where you go. You have to figure out what works for your kid and lean into that.
But the problem with charter schools is that so many of them are for profit.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that doesn't work.
Yeah, that doesn't work.
If they're in there just to try to make money, no, forget about it.
I just don't think the education system in this world is very good.
Yeah, well, I agree. I mean, because
the entire world sucks.
You know, what we need to do is get back to the core of it, which is the Socratic method.
Yeah.
You know, you got to. I mean, but of course, you know, in my family, we argued every day. But arguing is the best way to learn. I
would agree. And I still love the fact that you got pissed off because the 3 R's aren't really the 3 R's.
That's actually a good point. That really is the dumbest thing ever.
Reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Like,
reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Word 2, you're in the wrong.
Yeah.
That's not a good sign.
Yeah, that is. That really is just a bad symbol.
The 3 R's: reading, writing, and arithmetic.
Yeah. Yeah. Now, like, you know, and
that's very funny.
What I see happening in a lot of schools now is that it's reading, writing, and religion, and that I really don't like.
There's a lot of religion in public schools now.
Well, it depends where you are.
Really?
Oh, hell yeah.
Where?
Yeah, I just don't. In my neighborhood and the moms I talk to, and like, you know, I've got my neighbor Priscilla. She's got 2 kiddos, and you know, Eden Prairie. I never hear that. You guys talk about that. I never hear about that.
I think Eden Prairie is a pretty good school system. But no, in terms of religion, it depends where you are. I mean, if you're in the deep South.
I'm sure there's a lot of religion down there.
Well, remember the Supreme Court decided that you know, the football coach could basically conduct a gospel meeting on the 50-yard line before a game.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I remember that.
I mean, and that should never happen.
Well, I would have to agree with that.
That's just sickening to me.
But I mean, one thing I will tell you, you take the state of Mississippi. Most places in Mississippi I wouldn't want to live.
Right.
Yeah.
But on the Gulf Coast, it is spectacular.
Oh, I bet.
Beautiful.
Biloxi?
Yep.
Biloxi and Gulfport.
Yeah.
Gorgeous areas. Very
Yeah,
nice people. Not a lot of morons, that whole deal. Because people always picture that. Although I was told a story about a guy about 3-4 years. Well, no, it's about 5 years ago now. And he walked into a bank in Mississippi. It was in, let's say, central Mississippi is a good way to put it. He's doing that territory. He's a sales guy. He walks into a bank to sell. I don't even know what he sold the banks, but something. And he walks in, and the owner of the bank criticized him because he did something wrong. He didn't, I don't know, still had his hat on indoors or some damn thing, something like that. Not a big deal, right?
Yeah.
So he said, don't you ever come back in here wearing, I think it was because he was wearing his hat. Don't you ever come in my bank again wearing a hat. You go through that door, you take your hat off, and I'm just telling you, I'm not going to put up with it. So now that you understand, we can be friends. And so come on in, we'll talk. So he takes the owner of the bank, takes him in his office, and it's just covered with old Miss memorabilia, right? And so my friend, trying to make up a little lost ground, says, "Oh, so you're a big Ole Miss fan? That's a great school. You got a lot of talent." He goes, "Let me tell you something, kid. We got this big end coming next year. You ain't gonna believe how big and good that big end is." He starts using the big end in front of guys never even met.
Oh,
like, what the hell?
That's if you can do that in front of a stranger, you know that person is saying it all the time.
Oh, no.
Racism is definitely alive and well down.
Oh,
in
there's
parts of
no
the
doubt.
South.
Oh, yes.
Oh, yes. Well, my dad taught me that.
Did he?
Going to school in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty.
Isn't that sad? You go through all that stuff.
But the thing is, like if you're in a place like Tulsa, for example, and there are, I have a lot of relatives. Well, I don't have a lot of relatives, but the ones I have, a lot of them came from Tulsa, lived in Tulsa, and the thing is that there's a culture there. So it's like the big, the big blonde kid with the cement head, who's trying to beat you up every day. Which is what happened with my dad. You're talking about like 6 generations of Ku Klux Klanners.
Yeah, there you go.
Now, this kid may come from a family that doesn't even want to hear Ku Klux Klan uttered, but it's in the DNA.
There was a kid in my neighborhood I'm telling you, he lived on about 23rd and, well, I don't really want to say the street, but right there in the middle of North Minneapolis, right out at the front of his house, and his old, big peaks had the big window at the very top, kind of in the peak. Hung a Nazi flag out that window.
That's
jeez.
Like, really? In North Minneapolis, you got a Nazi flag flying, do you? It's like, what the?
Well, that's symbolically what it was like for my dad in Tulsa.
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
Because that stuff was okay.
Yeah, it's amazing.
I went to Tulsa. I was probably like 16. And one year I was starting to kind of pay more attention to the things around me. And I remember driving down the street near my grandmother's place, and there was a place called the Bojingles Bar.
Bojingles, not Bojangles?
No, well, they got it wrong.
Oh, they got it wrong.
Yeah. And there was a neon sign. There's a neon sign, a flashing neon sign that shows a black guy with a top hat and a cane shuffling for the benefit of white people, obviously.
I wrote that. I painted that.
It's art, though. You can't criticize art.
Well, what it is, of course, it was a tribute to tradition. That's what they said about the Confederate flag.
Yeah.
Well, it doesn't mean we want to secede, which of course meant it did. But you can't erase history. Yeah. Well, I think you can actually.
No, I'm just saying. I just literally. I don't like it when people condemn entire areas or this or that or the other thing, because seriously, every place I've been in America and most places I've been on vacation, I don't see a lot of that assholeianism going on.
And I can tell you this because I have 2 kids who have worked in public schools.
Oh yeah, that's right.
They will tell you that it kind of just depends. There are horrible public schools, and when you get into areas again where the property taxes are high,
they're better.
And you go into like Edina, for example, or Wyzetta, they're really almost private schools.
Yes, they are.
So it just depends. And then unfortunately, there are schools that are like typically in first or second ring suburbs where you can't teach anyone anything.
No, that's very, very true. It's not a job that I'd want, I will tell you.
No, and the schools reflect what's going on in society. So if the schools are rotting, that we got to fix things, but nobody knows how.
But nobody knows how to fix our schools. That's the whole problem. Man, what are you going to do?
I don't know.
We do have to take a break because we might learn a few things from Kristyn Burt. Do you think?
I hope so. I love her.
But here, closing, let me say this. No matter what it is, the subject it is, to condemn all of one thing, I think is a bad idea. Look at it. I'm not arguing.
Okay,
with
good.
You.
I just
making
don't.
A statement
okay.
Here.
Okay.
So shut up over there.
Not a problem, sir.
Pill.
I'm a good follower.
Oh God. Yeah, okay.
Oh, so you want her to appease you, right?
Yes. Agree with everything I say. No, I just don't like it when people condemn a huge thing. It's not all the same. It's not even close to all the same. It's a whole deal. And I hear that all the time, like, oh my God, because as I said, Mississippi, most of it, I wouldn't want to be hanging out down there. But down on the golf course, it's gorgeous.
Well,
it's just weird.
And in most of the country, you could say this, no matter where you are, people sort themselves into enclaves.
Oh, do they ever? Oh, yeah. When I lived in Jacksonville, Florida, it was very enclavey there. I will tell you that.
Yeah. Well, and it was, I mean, that's one thing I could say about going to living on Cretin Avenue. You know, it was, school was, the people might have been to some extent, but you know, you had like one kid sitting next to you. His dad probably worked at the Ford plant.
Yeah.
And there was another kid on sitting next to you. His dad might have been, you know, might have taught political science at the U of M. So, but less and less, we're seeing less and less of that now.
Yeah, we are. That's very, very true.
And part of the reason is there's no Ford plant anymore.
Nope, there's just a big hole in the ground. They never did build anything there, did they?
No, they are now.
Oh, they are building something
They've been saying that for about 10 years
Well,
now.
they've been arguing a lot about it.
You sure have
What do they
been.
want to put there?
Well, the biggest problem is that the St. Thomas, they want to basically capture all the land.
Yeah, that's true.
And of
yeah.
course, you know, being St. Thomas, what they want the land for is it's not like schooling or teaching. It's for the athletic department.
Oh, I'm sure it is. Yeah.
It's a beautiful
That makes
spot.
Oh, right.
It
there in
is,
the river.
yeah.
Right there in the river. It's gorgeous.
Yeah. I remember when they built a bunch of housing right there too. And it's just beautiful spot.
And you can walk to Cecil's.
That's right.
Hell
Another
yes,
good
you
part.
can.
What was the name of that bar that you had to walk upstairs? Our buddy owned it. Nice Jewish boy from St. Louis Park.
Not
Where was it?
Tiffany's. Tiff's? No.
Oh God. It was literally right across the street from the Ford plant.
Oh, yeah, I know the one you're
What was
talking
the name
about.
of that club? I loved going there.
Someone will write in on the break and then we'll get
I
it.
absolutely loved going over there because I don't remember his name anymore because it's a long time, but he unfortunately died quite young, but there might have been intentional, if you know what I'm saying. But in any case, so yeah, that's all I'm saying. I think the reason I get so touchy about this on the way out here is when you watch the news, whether it's Fox or it's CNN or whatever, you only hear one side of everything. And I've grown very touchy about that. I want to hear all sides to a story, not just your political side because it's all about making money.
Yeah.
It's money, money, money. And our schools are now all about bringing in more money. And where does that money go?
I mean, it's so true too. I mean, it's actually embarrassing, but when we were looking at where to live, the reason our area costs more money is because of the school. And so then you go, already right there, you got problems, people getting filtering out. And that's a terrible feeling. And you're right.
That's what I'm saying. You finally took me in half an hour for you two hunyucks to finally see the light.
Yeah, Tevin.
Don't wrap me up in the hunyuk.
You don't want to be a hunyuckness?
No, I'm not a hunyuk.
Okay, never mind then.
But I stand with Brittany.
Do you think... Oh, you're such an ass kisser. It's unbelievable.
For what could I get him? Why would he kiss my ass? I do nothing for anybody.
It's unbelievable. Like, let's stab the honky man. That's all. It's all about.
Baby,
that's what it's about, Mike.
We're gonna get you a bottle on the break.
And you know the thing is that people.
I like that. I really like that.
Me too. Me too.
And the people who have the money, or the might not be the money. It might be the congressional district that's safe.
Yes.
They want us to hate each other.
They do. No, you're right. That's a big part of it too. The news wants us to hate each other. There's a lot of money in hatred. There's no doubt.
And the interesting thing, I won't say anything more after this, but the interesting thing to me, you've got these 8 Republicans who want to shut the government down.
I know. What the hell are they doing?
But what's interesting about it is, their culture is that you never compromise. Because that all started with Newt Gingrich when he said Republicans will rule forever. And he had this glossary of terrible things. He actually provided people on the right with a glossary of things that they should call people on the left. And it's like communist, socialist, that sort of thing.
Pain in the ass.
Yeah, pain in the
like
ass.
That,
yeah. But the interesting thing is that if you cultivate people who don't believe in compromise of any kind, eventually those people will refuse to compromise within their own party.
That's what's going on right now.
Which is what's happening now.
On both sides.
Yeah.
Look, I love Democrats. I love Republicans. I do not like far left and far right people. I'm not going to sit here and criticize them because I don't hang around them. I don't know what the hell. If you can't see past, the hand in front of your face, I got no time for you. I mean, geez, unless you believe with everything I believe, I don't want anything to do with it. It's like, of course, I had a different life. I'm not going to believe everything you believe.
Yeah.
We've had different lives. Calm down.
Yeah. A lot of it is just about those lives, the way you grew up and the things that your family believes and the values. Yeah. And then you're supposed to be, you know, hard left, hard right, hard
Not
center. Well, there is no hard center.
There is no hard center.
No, nobody can find the
We
center.
can all agree on one thing, though. We want Kristyn Bird on the show. And if we want her on, we definitely have to take a break.
Don't take over the show.
I would never.
Just for that, I'm not going to let her on at all.
Oh, don't make her pay because of
She's paying the price because of you. Kristyn Bird, right after this.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Listen live at TomBarnardShow.com or on the Tom Barnard Show app.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
It's Tommy B for Killebrew Root Beer and Cream Soda. Normally, I'd be saying the boys of summer are done and it's time for root beer floats with the kids after football or soccer practice. But with your Win Twins Minnesota Twins still in the playoffs, it might be time for some adult sweet beverages to cheer on our hometown team, made with delicious gluten-free Killebrew Root Beer, of course. Might I recommend you consider this recipe for your Killebrew Root Beer Rum Creams. You just need 3 ingredients. It starts with black spiced rum, then add frothy cold Killebrew Root Beer next, a drop of Bailey's. Oh my gosh, you found October heaven in a glass. Whether you watch at home or at Target Field or just taking in the fall colors, try the root beer and cream soda my family absolutely loves. Killebrew. Head to KillebrewRootBeer.com for your nearest store and pick up a 6-pack or a case. Herbie, you're up to bat.
There's only one old-fashioned root beer that delivers that Hall of Fame taste to thirsty fans everywhere. Take it from me, Ken Herbeck, Killebrew. It's how memories are created and legends are made.
Tom Barnard is back. Every weekday, you'll hear Tommy B, Brittany Arneson. Yes, that Brittany Arneson. Along with Tom's pals, Kent Herbeck on Fridays, Bob Sansevier, Mike Stretch Gelfand, Tim Lammers, and from Channel 5 Eyewitness News, Chris Eggert and Kristen Burt on entertainment and pop culture. It's Tom and the crew with opinions on news, opinions on life, opinions on entertainment, and of course, opinions on other people's stupid opinions. The Tom Barnard Show is a podcast, so you can listen when you want to listen. In the car, on the way to or from work, at home, on the job site, or wherever you need your Tommy B Show fix. Hear the show on the Tom Barnard Show app in your app store, as a podcast on Spotify, Apple, or wherever you get your podcasts, or see it on YouTube on the Tom Barnard Show channel.
God, this just popped up. Ladies and gentlemen, 5 officers have reportedly been shot in what is described by Benton County Sheriff as a critical incident in Glendorado Township near Princeton, Minnesota. This morning, 3 of the officers have been rushed to North Memorial Medical Center. 2 officers are being treated in St. Cloud. There has been no official word on the condition of the officers, but the injuries are thought to be non-life-threatening, thank God. The man who shot them is being contained, is what it says. But this is exactly what I'm talking about. So 5 guys get shot. Why? Because all cops are bad. It's exactly what I've been talking about. You cannot say this whole thing is bad. It just doesn't work. It's a really, really bad idea. So 5 guys. Looks like they're all going to survive, thank God. I know Kristyn's not saying a word because I think you're the one being detained because you did it. Is that what this is all about?
I'm sure that's exactly what it is. They've contained me in my closet in Los Angeles.
You're in your closet.
Across the country.
No question. But no, we're just talking about people and just how they see only one side of issues, and it drives me nuts. I hate that.
Yeah, I think what drives me nuts is that people have no sort of understanding of how to comprehend. There's no reading comprehension. There's no, which I think falls into all of this. It's just.
So you were listening?
I was listening.
So you know exactly what we're talking about. Comprehension is a huge problem.
Comprehension. Yeah. And people only read headlines and then they're like, how dare you? And I'm like,
right,
read the article. I can promise you that.
Or you listen to when I said, I don't want to talk to Kristyn Burt today. Forget it.
I did. And I saw Britt saved the entire show.
Exactly. She saved the day, ladies and
Let's
gentlemen.
face it, you can't win this argument.
Which
Everybody's going to side. Everybody's going to side with Brittany.
You decided.
No, I'm just saying she's, she with her demeanor, people will immediately rush to her. Not me, but people will rush to her defense.
But I will. I got her back.
Thanks, Kristyn. The difference is we're having two different fights. My fight is I said I wouldn't send my kid to a public school in Florida broadly, and it was a broad statement, agreed. And Tom decided that I said, I hate Florida. Florida's the worst. Florida, let's cut it up.
I wouldn't send my child to a school in Florida means the entire state.
So step one is we need to find out what argument we're having. And then I will also, Mike, agree with Tom that I shouldn't. If I said I hate Florida, they have no redeeming qualities, I would also agree with you. I was wrong.
That's not the issue. You said I would not send my child to a school in Florida. No. You never said
See, this is why I'd rather live in California. Because I think it's a little more laid back.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Go could learn to surf, live that aloha life.
Oh my gosh, she and I would trade wardrobe. I was asking her for Go-Go's sweater details because I'm like, I want to get that sweater.
No, look, as I've said many, many times, I haven't been there in a long time now, but we used to love going to San Francisco and then up to the wine country. And I loved the time I spent in LA. I lived in Chicago. I lived in New York. Lived in northern Florida, lived in southern Florida. I've lived all over the place. I like 99% of the places I lived.
You didn't want to raise your kids in New York.
No, but not in 20th Street and 2nd Avenue.
Yeah, but you said I moved back to Minnesota because I didn't want to raise. You've said this so many times. I didn't want to raise my kids in New York. I don't want to raise my kids in New York.
20th Street and 2nd Avenue. I've always been very clear about that. You don't want to raise a kid in the middle of Manhattan.
And I'm sure you know where in California I would love to be. The one place I'd love to be.
Oh, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. Palm Springs.
I'm headed there tomorrow.
What are you doing in Palm Springs tomorrow? What are you doing in Palm Springs?
My cousins are in town and we are going to Joshua Tree to go see the eclipse.
I tell you what, Palm Springs is a mess. I never did like LA. I got to be honest with you. I never did care for that too much because of the people, not the city.
Yeah.
Not my kind of people. But San Francisco, we've always loved. I mean, going up to Muir Woods and all that stuff up there is just spectacularly beautiful. Although my favorite Muir Woods story is this guy's leaning up against a tree with his legs crossed and he's got his eyes closed and he's meditating. So as we're walking by, I go, Catherine, be quiet. Guy's over here meditating and I don't want to disturb him. And so as we're going around him, he wasn't meditating because he projectile vomited right as we walked.
Well, that probably gave him some insights, though.
Did. Who knows? Maybe that's what happens when you meditate too hard. I've never meditated.
Yeah, I mean, you're symbolically, you're getting rid of all the bile.
That is a purge.
That was a purge. That's exactly right.
Yes. Beautiful, beautiful.
No, I don't know. Like I said, I think I'm getting worn out specifically because of television news, because they take way left or way right positions, and it's driving me nuts. I just don't want to hear it.
But don't watch. I mean, your life is better if you don't watch, and you just.
But I have to know the news to do this job.
But you can read the news, and you can read unbiased news without AP News. It just offers you.
Is AP not biased?
Straight down the middle. It is literally just facts. They are not allowed to be left nor right. Reuters is another one. Your BBC is pretty good. You're going to get some good and the good thing about, reading overseas, you're going to get other filters of what we don't get over here. Because sometimes they censor the news a little bit more.
And I'm reading, and I'm proud to say it. I'm reading the New York Times these last few days about what's going on in Israel. And it's like, they've got like 14 reporters in Israel right now. Whereas you get the news from any of the networks. You know, they might have 1 or 2 people in there, but the New York Times has 14 people, and like 10 of them speak Hebrew, and 10 of them can speak whatever language the Palestinians are speaking, and they probably are divided in what they speak too. But you know, this is why I like the New York Times, because these are people who have been studying this conflict for decades. So you know, I think I don't notice. I mean, what kind of bias is there to be had when you're reporting on
a
something
humanity crisis? It is so sad. It is incredibly sad what is happening. And I understand some people have to take a step back because the news is so horrific, but try and at least stay in touch with the overarching storyline, because I think this has bigger ramifications than just Israel, just Palestine, and just the Gaza Strip.
You know, like I said, the people on this show went after me 2 weeks ago when I predicted it was going to happen. You guys went after me. Let's not forget that.
Nobody can remember this conversation. I must not have been there for it.
Oh no, Kristyn, you were there. It was you and Tevin, and
but it wasn't about Israel.
Oh no, I know.
It was too.
It was not about Israel.
Specifically, the African continent and the land bridge that goes across Israel.
Did anybody come up with the tape on this? Because I just don't.
We haven't.
You guys,
it must have got deleted.
Shit.
It must have got deleted.
I'm not talking to any people. I know.
Can you drop the S-bomb?
I am here to tell you, honest to God, that I will say this again, and if anybody wants to argue, that's fine with me. America is one of the least racist countries in the world. I'm not saying it's perfect, because it's a hell of a long way from perfect, but it's a hell of a lot better than 99% of the other places on this planet.
Just wait, though.
Well, yeah, but I don't want to just wait. That's the whole problem.
Well, right.
I think Americans are better at hiding it than other countries. That is my thought. I think a lot of it's underground.
Oh, you're talking about the hatred of white people? Is that
racism? No, just racism in general.
No, you're talking about the hatred of white people. They're hiding it.
I don't experience racism as a white person. I just don't. There's sexism as a woman, but
I suppose, yeah, that's true.
I don't experience racism as a white person.
I don't experience any of that stuff because nobody will come near me.
Shocking. I wonder why.
Believe me, it was planned.
Well, you know, and Tom, you and I both have many memories of growing up, and we had friends whose mothers, or usually it'd be the mothers because they were home during the day.
Yeah.
Who just wouldn't let us in their home.
Oh, I talked about that earlier on the show today.
I was listening.
Yeah, they wouldn't let me in their homes.
Yeah, and as a Jew, I experienced the same thing.
Sure. The world is different now. It really is.
And really, you know, I hear people say all the time, well, I prefer, you know, I like the South better because they're just open about it and they tell you they hate you. and I would rather they not tell me.
I would love it. I would love to never know anyone's opinion about me.
That'd be good. Yeah. That would be good. But
I have too big a mouth. I would be like fighting them back. That's what you think? I'll show you.
One of the most judgmental states in the United States. We're very judgmental people here.
I felt that when I lived there. My favorite thing would be like, "Where did you come from?" Los Angeles. Oh, I hate it there. And I'd be like, "Oh, okay." and then I would say, "Oh, well, where did you visit?" "Oh, I've never been."
Minnesota has, every time I talk to anybody who's a transplant, they say the hardest time is breaking into a social circle because we have that small town vibe of we grew up who we grew up with and we're sticking with that circle. We'll be nice to everybody. We are nice to everyone. We'll tell you where to go. We'll help you with this and that.
But
inviting somebody into your house is so rare. And that is just a fact in Minnesota. And I don't know if it's like the harsh winters where we like buckle down and don't whatever. I don't know what it is, but it's true.
Just assholes. That's what it is.
Yeah, I was super lonely in Minnesota. I'm not going to lie. And I moved to New York City at 17, knowing 0 people and had the time of my life and moved to California. I did have a community when I moved to California, but just much easier to meet people than it was in Minnesota. And my work hours didn't help either. I will say that, but it was one of those situations. I cried a lot. People would be like, "How are you?" I'm like, "I'm fine, lonely."
Like, I was so lucky. Like our next door neighbors, Priscilla, the Goldens, we have the same mentality. My door is literally always open. It's why we had a pregnant foster dog. I wanted people in and out of our house to meet, whatever. I love that. I love people coming in my house. My husband at first was like, what the hell is going on? Because he's from a small town. He was like, what do you, I'm like,
and by the way, take their shoes off, okay?
No.
You got to take their shoes off when they come in.
Yeah, true.
I love the idea. I love that my parents sold their house in Woodbury and they come stay with us. I love when people come stay with us. I would love, Kristyn, if you were living here, I'd love you to come over. But that's not always the truth in Minnesota. We have a weird boundary with our house.
Well, I found that to be true, back in the days when I'd come over to your place.
Just come on over.
And your mom just, more people, the better.
I know. My mom will never ask you how many people you're bringing, but she'll have enough food.
She would prefer babies, though.
She would, you could reproduce quickly.
If you could pick up a baby on the way.
And that's how I grew up, is my mom I was like, hey, can me and my friends come over? She never asked how many and like make that many sandwiches. She'd have enough sandwiches for like a football team and just hope that many people showed up. But yeah, that's definitely a different, like, Tom, you like hanging out in your cul-de-sac, but do people come in your house?
Oh God, yeah. But my neighbors we have literally 10 houses of just wonderful people.
You weren't always like that, though.
What do you mean?
Like your Golden Valley house, you made it clear that it was
on an island behind a gate. Was that a clue?
But
was that very welcoming?
Was that your mentality? Or was that
it was a period that he was going through, I think.
That was a time when I had to have an armed bodyguard with me everywhere I went.
Yeah.
And I just got very concerned for my family. That's why we bought the island and built the house out there, because I was worried about my family.
Sometimes, though, I will say it can be tough to make friends.
Yeah.
When you've got like a 300-pound weightlifter with an M15 standing next to you. That tends to kind of.
I'm having a lot of hard time making friends right now.
Yeah.
Because Gogo's not in school. So we go to parks and I try to talk to moms, but they're very much so. And it's probably the like kind of lioness mentality of like guarding their, but I try to talk to them and like see if they want to like hang out ever. And there's always a shutdown.
Well, what you have to do is just invite them to play pickleball.
That's it.
So, here's an example of different lives. Leonard, I can't remember his last name.
Skinner.
Not Skinner. Catherine was on his jury for 7 months for double murder. Leonard, God, I can't believe I can't remember his last name. He's dead now, actually. But Catherine was on his jury for like 7 or 8 months.
Jeez.
They finally found him guilty of double murder. And the great thing about it is he killed his, I think, sister, either his sister or his wife. I think it was his sister. Killed her and then hired an attorney.
Maybe both.
Yeah, maybe. That could be.
Yeah. It's like Chinatown.
Hired an attorney, killed him too.
Oh.
It's like, okay.
Wow.
But the great part of it is, so he gets sentenced by my wife, one of the jurors, to the double life in prison. He was never going to get out of prison. And so therefore I used to get letters from him all the time about how I found out this was your wife and I'm going to get you for this. This is your fault. I shouldn't be in prison at all, but you orchestrated this whole thing, Tom Barnard, and I'm going to get you for this.
That's
scary. Put up with that bullshit.
You just forward it to Catherine.
I said, yeah, you got a letter. You got a letter here, honey.
This one's for you.
Your prisoner friend is looking for you.
Not my fault.
So that was a really weird,
terrifying.
When the show had, when the show had a like 30 shares, the highest rated show in America, that was a very uncomfortable time. I will tell you that.
It was, yeah.
And you had, I would say that honestly it was necessity to have the arms up.
You got that right back in those days.
I can't even imagine what that's like. I've never thought about ever having to worry about my kid's safety because of something I've said on air. I've never been that big of a person. So I totally get that. And it's just kind of
but
like
you should. I hate to say that, but you should.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What do you mean?
In this era, anytime you're in the public eye in any sort of fashion, you should be concerned for your family's safety.
Now, why did that happen and how did it happen?
The internet makes it very easy to find people's property. It's why celebrities put their property in a trust. And registered, to their lawyer or somebody else. It really, honestly, I mean, even in my condo complex, we took off my name, we took off access to the buzzer, we took off everything.
Good.
Yeah. But the more successful you are, the more you attract people who hate you.
Oh yes.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I've read The Day of the Locust,
the
so I know.
Manager. I mean, oh wait a minute, that's a different.
Well, there was rapper Pop Smoke where he was a very private person, but then on social media, somebody sent him a gift. So he like took a picture of the gift, and the card with his address happened to be in the background.
No.
And somebody saw that and waited outside his apartment and shot and killed him. So you have to be, you can never be too careful.
Never be too careful. And don't think that you're like too small of a public figure to warrant any.
Oh no, you're right. You're right about that.
I don't mean to scare you, Britt, but I would just say.
No, you're not. It's so funny because I just have a different perspective on things. And I understand what you're saying about being vigilant. I also don't live like I'm scared. I don't live like I have to, if my kid's around, I'm a little bit more alert, but I feel very lucky and very blessed. I have lived in situations and neighborhoods in life where it feels scary. And I wouldn't say that I have that same constant alert feeling. And I feel very lucky. That's all. Is that?
Yeah. But just have those safety precautions, even in your safe neighborhood.
You're talking to somebody who stared at her kid breathing for the first 6 months, by no means. But I work a lot with a psychiatrist, a lot with a psychologist to work on de-escalating my anxiety and nerves. So when I kind of zone out when you guys talk about this, not because I'm a monster, but just because I can't go be more alert, Brittany. Like my kid's around, she's not out of sight. She's not out of whatever. I mean, but I definitely don't have that extra fear for the sake of fear is kind of where I'm trying to deal with letting go of. That's all.
Yeah, it's like life itself. You come for the laughter, you stay for the tears.
There you go.
That's always been my motto.
Kristyn, do you have 10 more minutes or do you have to go?
I can spare 10.
Okay, why don't we take a break, come back and wrap things up and complain to Kristyn. I think it's a great idea.
This is the Tom Barnard Morning Show.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
This is Bob Sansevier, and I want to tell you about Dave Bialke from Bialke Law. Dave represented my wife, Mary, when she had a significant workplace injury. She was very happy with the job Dave did. If you have a work-related injury and have Dave represent you, I'm betting you'll be happy too. Dave is a down-to-earth guy. He grew up in northern Minnesota, rides a Harley, and worked various jobs doing concrete, electrical, plumbing, roofing, and carpentry work. Dave works for people with work-related injuries. If you work construction, or anywhere for that matter, and you're hurt or even just hurting, you should talk to Dave. Let's face it, our bodies wear out. If your body is worn out from work, if your knees or back or shoulders hurt from things you do at work, do what Mary did. Call Dave and talk to him about it at Bialke Law to set up a free initial consultation. The number to call is 763-571-2410. That's 763-571-2410. Or visit bialkelaw.com. That's BIALKE law.com.
The new Tom Barnard Morning Show is proud to have partners like Bradshaw and Bryant, MyPillow, and North American Banking Company founder, chairman, and president, Mike Bilski.
I've advertised on Tom's show for years, and the reason is simple. My business is recognized because of the ads, and that recognition has created growth. What business doesn't want to grow? I highly recommend the Tom Barnard Morning Show for your advertising.
Grow results for your business by partnering with the Tom Barnard Morning Show. Visit TomBarnardShow.com, keyword partner.
My favorite part. That's all I'm having to say. We're just talking about, I suppose it would not be ethical to say his name, but Mike was just talking about this physician that he knows. And what is that? Blah, blah, blah. And he goes, yeah.
It was wild.
Yeah.
We know the exact same guy. I've known this guy for like 45 years.
And we've both known him since he was basically a kid.
Yeah.
Like our age.
You recognized him because Mike said he said this to me, and you go, is that this guy? And I was like, that's wild that you just go, that's his like either cadence or what he says. And I was like, dang.
And you know, he's the only shrink. I haven't known many shrinks, but he's the only one that I've known who would, you know, he would like say, hey, I got this patient. And he's, you know, and I know you have kind of the same problem as he does. How do you work around this? And, you know, and he's, of course, you know, I always called him Ron.
Right. No, you're right. Absolutely. Like I said, I used to play baseball with him.
Yeah.
Back in the day. Kristyn, Burt, nothing but trouble. We know
always trouble.
I'm sure. There's no question. And we're just trying to slog through life at this point. Let's be honest.
I hear you.
You know what I mean?
Life is kind of crazy.
Anything good happening out there? I heard SAG and AFTRA is still on strike. Is that right?
Yeah. So just, you know, kind of an interesting conversation because I'm like, I really feel like we have completely lost the AI war. And I'm going to tell you why. First of all, SAG and AFTRA left the table last night with the AMPTP. They could not come to any sort of agreement on AI. That was really one of the sticking points. And I just wanted to tell you what SAG sent us this morning. It's probably in your email box, Tom.
Oh, yes. I just looking. That's why I brought it up because I saw SAG sent me a message.
Yeah. So they basically said that when it comes to AI, they're claiming to protect the performer consent. This is the AMPTP, but they're continuing to demand consent on the first day of employment for use of a performer's digital replica for an entire cinematic universe or any franchise project. Forever. Yeah, that's and as you and I know, that is the last thing you want.
So they want your soul.
Yeah.
They absolutely want your soul, but guess what? Some celebrities have already sold their soul to Meta. They sold it to Mark Zuckerberg. And if you've been seeing, you'll see some in the news. You'll see Kendall Jenner, Snoop Dogg, Paris Hilton, Naomi Osaka. They have all sold their likeness for $5 million for 2 years to create AI generated versions of themselves
for
fan interaction to keep people on the Facebook and Instagram platform.
Well, everybody you mentioned is a dirtbag.
Yeah, I was thinking the same
they
thing.
overpaid.
Snoop Dogg.
But they did about 6 hours of work.
People.
Allegedly.
Oh, yeah.
Allegedly.
Never convicted.
Yeah, he was never convicted. That's
And he
true.
hangs out with Martha Stewart. Come on, people. That's a
Also
brand
a prisoner.
remake.
Also a prisoner.
Well, let's face
Not
it,
wrong.
we've mainstreamed a lot of horrible people.
Yeah, we
That
certainly
is very true. But I was like, if and a lot of these people, a lot of these celebrities are members of SAG-AFTRA. There's no way that I think any of them are not members of the Actors Union.
Oh,
And
yeah.
they literally just took the entire argument and tossed it out the window for $5 million because I'm like, and I know that the acting is not any of their main jobs. However, they really, some people get so caught up in their like bubble that they don't understand that by doing that to Mark Zuckerberg, it's going to give the AMPTP more power to just be like, see, you've already lost the fight. It's already, the train has left the station 2 years ago.
That's so amazing to me. You go to Zuckerberg, you go with that other pain in the ass. What's his name? Microsoft guy.
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates. Those are the most disgusting people on earth.
Elon Musk. We'll add another one in
Yeah,
there.
let's add Elon to the mix.
Yeah, I mean, they're
Please.
just disgusting people.
Yeah.
Such is life.
Well, and here's just as my particular perspective of this is I am increasingly going to be trapped between artificial intelligence and genuine ignorance.
You got it covered.
I mean, I don't know where to go with this. There's
Yeah.
nowhere to go.
No, and we're all going to be AI affected. That's the other thing. It's not just like, oh, this is just a celebrity issue. This is across the board.
No, it's not. Well, again, I told the story that was 20 years ago when they used my voice on something, and I never said the words that were said. They literally copied my voice because I cut a commercial, and then I had to change one of the lines, and I was out of town. So they just copied my voice. Somebody else said the words, laid my voice over it. Sounds just like me saying it. And that was 20 years ago.
Yeah, think of what they can do now.
Exactly.
And they can de-age you too if they're like, oh, hey, we need, a 30-year-old Tom Barnard.
Yeah.
They can AI generate you, de-age you, and use your voice.
This is not good.
No. I mean, terrible. Nothing good can come of this.
No, nothing good can come of this. Anything. Oh, you know what? I want to thank you publicly for pushing Catherine and me toward Righteous Gemstones.
It's so funny.
It gets better every week. Now we're watching it, little by little. But there was a scene last night. It was in season, kind of toward the end of season 1. Well, this guy comes out of his room, and apparently he thinks he's fully covered because he's got a shirt on, but he doesn't have any pants on.
He's Winnie the Poohing.
He's Winnie the Poohing. And he's standing there talking, and one guy goes, would you go do something about the camera pans back to the guy. You can just see the very head of his penis hanging out under the shirt.
Oh, no. I have nightmares like that.
Yeah, exactly. But you can just see this little bubble down.
That show is
what the hell? It was phenomenal.
It's so good. And then there's that song they go, Misbehaving. And it's like actually a good song. And it gets in my head all the time.
So great.
It's an earworm.
Who can be the least religious?
I know,
They're
right?
all-
Sister Judy. Sister Judy is a monster. She was accused. There
What a
was a guy,
show.
one of the kids had like a cast on, and he's like, she attacked him. She goes, well, look at you. You letting your mom Munchausen you. It was just so funny. I was dying laughing.
I just hate to see men of faith mocked like this.
Yes, I do too.
This
Yes.
is true. Mega churches.
So thank you guys, honest to God, because I had not seen one episode of it. We're watching it now. It is phenomenally funny.
Baby Billy.
Everybody's in the damn thing. Walton Goggins is amazingly good in that show.
So good.
Which one is he?
Did you ever see Justified?
Yeah.
He was the evil guy in Justified.
Oh,
Walton Goggins.
I can picture him, yeah.
Oh, yeah, you can picture him. But he shows up, somebody's wearing like a hat, and he's got white hair, and then he just looks different every time he shows up.
Isn't he Baby Billy, big brother Billy? And he's always like, you gotta have me. I'm Baby Billy. And he's like a grown up, like an old man at this point.
And then you watch one of these evangelical shows like on Saturday night at 11 o'clock.
Same story.
Same story.
Same
story. They don't even change the sermons on this. It's exactly the same vibe. It's so funny. It's just like, they're raking in cash.
Oh, yeah. My favorite of all time, we could close on this one, is when Jimmy Swaggart was discovered doing things he wasn't supposed to be doing.
Shocking.
And the first thing he does is walks out on a live show on Sunday morning crying, and he puts his hands up and goes, God, I've sinned against thee.
Good thing he's got that direct connection, right?
No, he's got talking right to God.
Right blind to God.
Right blind to God. We're good to go.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Kristyn, so Jason Momoa is coming here to promote his vodka, whatever that he's got going on. But I read a headline where he was accused of on Aqua Man 2 of dressing up as Johnny Depp and trying to get Amber Heard fired off of set. Is there any truth to this?
Yeah. So Variety did a deep dive article about the mess that was Aquaman 2. And a lot of these allegations came to light out of the Johnny Depp Amber Heard court case. But then Variety went a little bit further with them, and it turns out that Jason and Amber had no love lost between the two of them. And she claims that he was antagonizing her by wearing the same rings as Johnny Depp and coming in unshowered just to kind of affect her. And he tried to get her fired. But at the time, let's mention this name again, Amber Heard was dating Elon Musk.
Oh, God.
And Elon Musk threatened Warner Brothers and said, if you try and fire her, I will keep you guys tied up in court forever. So they kept Amber in the role. But the two of them did not get along at all on set. And also Amber was alleging that Jason was showing up and working drunk all the time.
Yeah.
Well, you know, she wasn't with Musk that long, only long enough to have 4 children.
She had 1 child with him.
And Grimes.
I think everybody he dates has at least 1 child by him.
And several of his employees have children by him.
Really?
Yes.
We don't have that rule around here. Am I right?
They have, because he and his father sort of subscribe to this idea that you need to populate the earth. I mean, this is why people should not be following Elon Musk like he is, you know, the next coming of Christ, because he's a little strange. But 2 of his employees have children by him. I think one of them has a set of twins, and it is very, very strange.
That's weird.
I don't think I've ever had sex with anybody I worked with ever.
I'm not sure that they're having sex, by the way.
Let's high five that we're not procreating with our employees.
I think some of them are IVF babies. But where's the HR department in all of this? Because it's
that's
strange.
weird.
Fine, I'll have all your guys' IVF babies.
And how are you defining work is what I have to say.
That's true. Good point.
Because it's always work at some point.
We have to go. Kristyn just ran way over her time. Way to go.
Terrible.
Terrible, I say.
Don't forget Frasier's on tonight, Paramount Plus. It's a great show.
Starting over, isn't it? But nobody else is coming, just him, right?
Yeah, there'll be a couple cameos that you'll see, but it's really just him and his new life in Boston.
Why didn't his brother want to come back? What happened to him?
They decided not to pursue that angle, and I think David Hyde Pierce was too busy on Broadway.
I loved him. I thought he was wonderful on that show.
Maybe we'll see him. You know, you can entice any guest star with a little bit of money.
And the woman, who was the woman again? She was wonderful.
Lilith, the BB Newirth, are you thinking? Playing his ex-wife?
The other one.
Oh, the one on the radio show?
Is she on the radio? She's got long dark hair.
Yeah.
Roz, the one that talks like this, a little bit like that.
God, I don't know.
Well, what did happen to Lilith? What?
She's making a cameo. She'll be in and out because it focuses in on their son, Freddie. So
can we go, Lily? Thank you very much, Grace. All right, we'll talk to you tomorrow, sister.
Sounds good. Bye, guys.
We'll be back in 5 minutes. Family show.
Misbehaving.
Hello, I'm Brad Huckle, President and Chief Lending Officer at North American Banking Company.
And I'm Michael Bilski, CEO at North American Banking Company.
As a locally owned and operated community bank, we work with many multi-generational businesses.
Take Personal Care Dentistry of Roseville, for example. Dr. Walter Hunt, also known as Painless to Me, has been a longtime customer of the bank since we opened the bank in 1998.
When his son Kyle was ready to join the practice, they wanted to expand quickly.
With their additional space and equipment, they now are able to see more patients each day while providing the same level of care and service.
Okay, guys, I'll take it from here. If you run a family business or any kind of business for that matter, you should be banking with Brad and Mike over at North American Banking Company. Every time I deal with them or their team, I know I'm working with experienced professional bankers. So why not bank with my banker? North American Banking Company, a better banking experience, member FDIC, equal housing lender.
In a world that's racing a mile a minute, a split-second distraction can change everything. I'm Mike Bryant from Bradshaw & Bryant. Every day we see too many people, heads buried in their phones, unaware of the dangers they're in. Texting and driving isn't just reckless, it's playing Russian roulette with your life and the lives of others. In just 4 seconds of distraction, you've driven the length of a football field. Is there any text message that's worth your life, that's worth the lives of others? I've been fighting for the rights of the injured for over 30 years. But I'd rather you never meet me in a courtroom. So hear me now. Stop texting and driving. Pay attention. Value your lives and the lives around you. And if you won't, know this. At Bradshaw & Bryant, we're relentless. We won't back down. We bring justice to those that need it.
Find Bradshaw & Bryant, personal injury attorneys at minnesotapersonalinjury.com.
With Mike Bryant on your side, seeking justice for the injured. Bradshaw & Bryant.
You need to know a guy for your auto repairs, legal issues, banking, and more. The same goes for investment advice. You need a guy to help you be successful, someone you can trust who gets results. Well, I got a guy for you, Josh Arnold. Josh gives you straight talk, not sugar-coated advice about your financial situation. Josh has seen it all when it comes to economic and market conditions, and Josh can make sure that your retirement objectives match your investments. Do yourself a favor and call Josh now for a no-obligation 48-minute evaluation. You've got nothing to lose, and you'll get a different point of view for your investments. Call Josh at 952-925-5608. That is 952-925-5608. You'll be glad that you did. And tell him his guy, Tom, sent you.
Investment services offered by Josh Arnold Investment Consultant, LLC, a security investment advisor. Past performance is no guarantee of future results. All investments involve risk. All comments and opinions are Josh Arnold's and do not constitute investment advice. Tom Barnard is a paid endorser.
Recently, Jim Paul of Valley Buick GMC was contacted by a company that does on-site sales. Jim was confused.
Wait, they don't know anything about us, our staff, our reputation, most importantly, our customers.
Hey, pal, no problem. We do them all over the country. You know, get the manager off the roof sale, inflatable gorilla sale, and our favorite, the 13-hour sale with a giant clock that goes to 13. Urgency, baby. We bring our crew because, well, your people are, let's just say, a little laid back.
And the pricing?
Nothing special, sport.
But Jim thought, we price competitively every day. Our prices are special. We definitely don't need these guys. But sale does convey some urgency, so we made a bold decision for his fine dealerships.
Announcing the Valley Buick GMC 365-day sale. And we can even extend it a couple years or so.
I got the air dancer guy, scratch all his plastic keys, bubble machine 5.
Valley Buick GMC in Apple Valley or Hastings or valleycardealers.com. Hurry.
Yeah. What song is that?
That is, I believe, this version of the Seven Nation Army. Like, so after our intro song, they come in with some words for the Seven
Nation Army.
Yeah, like it was like a Seven Nation Army couldn't hold me back.
What is a Seven Nation Army? I don't even know what the hell that is. I have no idea. I got no idea. Both guests this morning torturing me by wearing Twins memorabilia.
You weren't going to talk about it.
I wasn't going to, but now I've decided to turn on them. Ladies and gentlemen, the world has a big backyard. Adventure travel stories from an IMAX documentary filmmaker, Mike Day, with us. How you doing, Mike? And good to be here. You're not going to be on at all. You decided against it.
He's going to take pictures.
He's not even going to make a noise.
He's going to take pictures.
All right, good. Just your first name.
Chuck.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure.
Yeah.
I can't just sit here and go, hey,
who's
you
that
over
guy?
there? Who's that
guy you brought into the studio?
So Mike and Chuck. It sounds like I'm back in Catholic school.
Sounds like a pet shop.
Pet shop.
True.
Mike and Chuck's.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Chuck and Don's. Mike and Chuck.
Yeah, Chuck and Don's. Yeah. Absolutely. So what's it all about? The world has a big backyard.
It's my travel memoir. I was very fortunate to work for the Science Museum in St. Paul for my career.
Oh, God,
and part of that was making films for the Science Museum's Omni Theater.
Did you kick me out of there once?
No. What happened was
no.
But I was lucky to be on air with you a couple of times to talk about the films that I was the executive producer for. We were premiering them at the Science Museum. You were great. You were always straight up. Obviously, you have an interest in science. But at the end of every interview I did with Tom, he would say, do they pay you to do this job?
It is a good job.
And after that, about a week later, I'd always get a phone call from a member of the museum's board of trustees.
Uh-oh.
And, you know, there'd be the small talk and they'd say, yeah, we can't wait to come down with the family and see your new movie. And then they would always say, now, do you get paid to do this for this site? Yeah. So thanks a lot. I'll tell you, the first time that board member called, I was just throwing a big curveball, and I was just doing a dance trying to say, no, this is a good thing I'm doing for the museum.
Yes, right. I'm making it a better place.
That's right. And I figured out after that, talk about the financials.
Yeah,
we're making these movies and we're getting worldwide distribution and we're making money, so it's okay.
Well, it's good. I'm glad to hear that.
Yeah, covered it.
I'm glad to hear about it. So, the new book, The World Has a Big Backyard.
Yeah, it's interesting because I would go off on these film scouts and film shoots all around the world. And I'd come back and I'd start telling stories, and somebody would always say, you know what you should do? You should write a book. And I didn't think that much about it. So the last film I delivered for the Science Museum, great film called Ancient Caves. We had the world premiere in St. Paul the first week of March 2020. And I was retiring after delivering that film. And the next week when I went in to pick up my boxes, the pandemic was declared.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So my spouse and I retreated to the lake house. She was still working. She went to work remotely. What was I going to do? I was socially, distant from everything, couldn't go anywhere. I was the designated shopper, which only meant trips to the hardware store and the supermarket in Two Harbors, Minnesota. So I wrote the book.
I love Two Harbors, by the way.
Yeah, so do
What a great spot.
Yeah.
Scenic's still open, isn't it?
Yes, the Scenic Cafe is still open.
I love the Scenic Cafe.
And I don't know if I should say this, but it's got better pie than Betty's Pies.
Oh, it does.
Yeah.
There's no question about it.
So
I love that.
Now the secret is out. We've just blown it. Everybody will be passing by Betty's to go to the Scenic.
Where are you from originally?
Chicago.
Oh, you're from Chicago.
Yeah.
So how'd you end up
South
at
side? South side. So that's.
Oh, really?
I
have a very quick Chicago South Side story.
Yeah, I have a million of them if we have 3 hours.
This is one of my favorite stories of all time. I had a friend that grew up in Skokie.
Yeah, north side.
And Skokie boy decided, nice Jewish boy from Skokie, decided he wanted to buy some fireworks. So he goes to the south side of Chicago. And he walks up to a group of guys standing there. He's got a buddy with him. Walks up to a group of guys standing and going, "Hey, fellas, let me ask you a question. You know where I could buy some fireworks?" And the biggest guy looks at him and goes, "You got cash?" He didn't for long, I will tell you. He didn't have any cash for much longer.
It's so funny because a friend of mine in Chicago, when the book came out, said, "You coming down here to the south side and selling them out of your trunk?"
Yeah, you should.
I mean, that's where we bought our knives, on the south side, out of somebody's trunk. Yeah.
One thing I love about Chicago is the streets in a lot of times on the south side, as a matter of fact, and along the river. I love how it's the River Road, and then it's Pope Pius XII Road, and then it's the political figure. The same road has like 6 different names. I love that.
All right, here's my one Chicago story.
He's got a Chicago.
White Sox are in the playoffs. They get out in the first round, but I can't remember. Maybe it was the first game, night game. And the next day, Michael Jordan, there's the rumors he's going to retire, right? He makes the announcement that morning. Go to the game. After the game, we go out to Midway Airport. It's classic Chicago. There's the big guy standing at the table next to us with his mouth full of Vienna Red Hot. And the kid working the counter shouts out so everybody can hear him. He's not talking to anybody. He goes, "Man, this is the worst day in Chicago history." And the guy with the mouth full of Vienna Red Hot says, "Hey, kid, haven't you ever heard of the fire?"
Well,
and the kid says, "Man, this Michael Jordan retiring, this is the second worst day in Chicago."
Didn't burn the city down.
There you go.
What I loved about living in Chicago, although I lived in Evanston.
So, north side.
What I loved, north side, yeah. And what I loved about it was Chicago is a really genuine place.
It is.
You go into an Italian restaurant there's going to be 4 mafia guys in there, right?
Not as Gene and Giorgetti. There are no mafia guys in Gene and Giorgetti. You think I'm telling the truth?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
I just want to check.
Yeah.
Chicago is one of my. First of all, this is absolutely true, and then we'll get on topic. I promise.
That's all right.
I love Chicago.
I write about it in the book. Don't worry.
Spent a lot of time in Chicago because I worked at A+. I worked with them. They were my agents forever.
Yeah, well, that's right. You did a lot of commercial work out of Chicago.
I did tons of stuff down there, and that's why I know Gene and Giorgetti, and I just. But one thing I will tell you is, Chicago hot dogs are nowhere near as good anywhere else. They're just not.
Right.
Those hot dogs, I don't like hot dogs, but I like Chicago hot dogs.
Yeah,
I will
there you
tell
go.
you that.
There you go.
I like Chicago dogs a lot. No, it's a wonderful, wonderful city.
No, I actually have a chapter in my book about being in Hong Kong, which was my favorite city in the world. And my favorite bar in the world was there, Dan Ryan's. Dan Ryan's.
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Dan Ryan's is a great restaurant and bar in Hong Kong. And it was so funny because one day I was in there early because you could get, pastrami sandwiches and traveling in the Orient.
Oh, yeah.
After eating rice and fish for, a week and a half, you were ready for pastrami.
That's true.
So anyway, Dan Ryan's, I'm in there early one day and they're just kind of setting up. And I start walking around because the place is full of Chicago memorabilia. And this waitress comes over and I start telling her about the city and what all these pictures are. And all of a sudden I realize I've got the whole staff, Chinese waitresses walking with me. And they're now getting to understand, oh, Dan Ryan was a real guy, not just an expressway.
Dan Ryan. Just think about the expressway. Yeah.
Well, I just got a text message. They said, Tom, if you got the book, flip it over because they wanted me to see the monkey picture.
Oh,
or is it a gorilla?
It's a chimpanzee.
It is a chimpanzee.
It's a chimpanzee. Right.
Did you talk? Were you talking to it in this picture?
Well, that's interesting. Okay, I'm going to tell another dirty little secret here. On the back cover of my book, this is me at Jane Goodall's research site.
Oh, there we go.
This is Gombe, which is a national park in Tanzania on Lake Tanganyika. And you are trained, do not look the chimpanzees in the eye.
Oh, I bet.
So this chimpanzee
sounds like my neighborhood, by the way.
Back in the old days.
Well, right now I live in the diaspora, and you don't. I mean, you don't look at a woman at all.
No.
So it's kind of the same thing. That's a cultural thing, obviously.
So this young chimpanzee is there on the side of the trail, and everybody goes down the trail, and they're hunched over, and they're not looking at stuff. And I'm the last guy in line, and I said, I cannot miss this opportunity.
Right.
This is a cousin from 6 million years ago.
Mm-hmm.
And fortunately, somebody snapped the picture, but chimpanzee researchers look at that photo. They go, that guy's crazy. You shouldn't be looking at a chimpanzee.
Because they go after you.
Yeah, they go after you.
They do.
Wow. Yeah. They work in groups. And what's interesting is there's this hierarchy that, you have the alpha male.
Sure.
And it's the big bad
alpha male is the guy who gets the first run at
That's
the
right.
Yeah.
You get it. Yeah.
At the what?
I'm just talking about procreation.
But when they go on patrol of their border, they go by age, oldest to youngest.
Really?
Yeah.
And they know this.
And they know this.
That's amazing.
And if they find a chimpanzee from the neighboring community, they beat them up, but they don't kill them. It's like they want to send the message when that chimpanzee goes
mafia.
back.
We're back to the mafia.
It's a mafia thing. It's a south side of Chicago. It's like, I get this.
That's
right?
hilarious.
Yeah.
I know in the congressional district where I live, I would vote for a chimpanzee.
Oh, yeah. Why wouldn't you?
Yeah. I mean, it'd be the best choice.
They're big, good fighters.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's like there's that Netflix documentary about chimpanzees where essentially they follow these two like chimp tribes, and
Right.
they do exactly what you're talking about, where they'll like injure one so that way he can go back and tell his friends like, hey, don't go over to that part of the woods. 'Cause you're gonna
Exactly.
get jumped.
Send a message. Yeah. Send a message. And they're nasty. I mean, people who keep them for pets are crazy because all of a sudden they'll turn on you and they go for your nose and your ears. They'll bite your nose off.
Ow.
Yeah. So there's me looking at a chimpanzee on the back cover of my book.
And here you are with a nose and everything.
Still with my nose.
Still got a nose. There's no question about it. How did this all start for you? You're a kid on the south side of Chicago. How did all of this start?
Yeah. Good luck. Got a business degree at the University of Illinois. Went to work in public programming for the Park District in Rockford, Illinois.
Okay.
Built up a resume and got awarded a New York State Arts Council grant to study museum management. So I think I'm going to the Big Apple, right? New York. All right, here we come. I get sent to Rochester, New York.
Not a bad town.
Not a
It's
bad town.
New York City.
And at that time, I'll date myself a bit, there were 30,000 people working for Eastman Kodak.
Oh, back then,
Film.
Absolutely.
Because Kodak, that was their world headquarters. Wow. So the Kodak was very much a supporter of the museum I was interning at. And the museum really was a leader in terms of use of media in museums. And just before I went on my internship, the National Air and Space Museum opened in Washington, D.C. with an IMAX film theater and a film called To Fly, and it was a huge hit. So I just kind of came into the museum industry at the time that IMAX film was coming into the museum industry.
Oh, sure.
Media was big into the industry, and away I went. I first went from Rochester, New York to Cleveland, did two years there on a project, and then got recruited to come to the Science Museum of Minnesota because they were just about to open that new building.
Oh, sure.
That was on Wabasha, down from the state capitol. So, yeah, I was there to launch it. And the board didn't want to just show movies. They knew that they wanted to be in the business of making the films as well and then recycling revenues into new production. So I got the job.
Is that really hard to coordinate all that stuff? That's got to be tough.
Yeah, you have to be ready to work multi-year.
Oh,
I mean,
God,
it's not quick and dirty. And this is back in the day before, of course, everything is now in digital. So we're working with IMAX film cameras that had magazines of only 3 minutes in length. So if you're out there in the field shooting wild chimpanzees, which don't take film direction very well, not to mention they like to sit in the shade, and you couldn't illuminate them with anything, lights, reflectors. That was not allowed. So you might start the camera and your subject might, run out of frame, and there you are with nothing. But after 3 minutes, especially shooting underwater, everything's got to come topside. Camera, crew, take the camera out of the underwater housing, film out of the camera, reload, etc. So it was big, and a camera was noisy back in the day. It's a little bit easier now shooting everything digital. And to IMAX's credit, a Canadian company, they have maintained the best quality of imagery and sound in the film industry.
God, isn't that wonderful? Did you get to wander around museums in the middle of the night by yourself?
God,
I would love to do that.
My great aunt sold tickets for the submarine, the U-505 at the Museum of Science and Industry on the South Side. So I was a museum rat. And to your question, absolutely.
I'd love to do that.
I don't know where the front door of museums is, because during my career, you always came in the dock door.
Sure.
You always came by the security desk. But yeah, it's been real enjoyable to be in museums when no one else is there.
Do people really understand what a great, even if you never went to one day of school and you just spent a day, let's say 5 days a week in the museum around the country, you could learn so much more. Museums are just, again, you mentioned the word museum, and the first thing that sticks in my brain is that rail car at the Holocaust Museum in Washington, D.C. When I hear museum, that's the first thing that pops in my mind, because it was incredibly sad.
I mentioned that in my book.
Do you?
Well, my thing is, I really believe the best gift you can give someone, especially young people, is travel.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, don't go for the easy travel. Don't go to the water park. Don't go to the amusement park. Go looking for authentic experiences. And I write about some of those museums, including the Holocaust Memorial Museum, as providing people authentic experiences.
No doubt about that.
Absolutely. And the thing I love about museums is there are no chains. You go to the museum, the Science Museum in Chicago, it's vastly different than the Science Museum in Milwaukee, the Science Museum in St. Paul, and all around the world. So I'm kind of an advocate for that, and do write about it in my book that says, hey, if you're traveling, you can find these authentic experiences by going into museums around the world. And there's just some spectacular museums. Yeah.
What's so amazing to me too is you can go certain areas and you find out there's like a 20-year space when nothing happened, because nothing's in the museum. We didn't want to hold on to any part of that 20-year period. That's so interesting to me that museums do that. And they don't do it on purpose, I suppose. Just if nothing happened, nothing happened.
Right.
You got a mummy. That's pretty interesting to look at a mummy.
Yeah.
No doubt about
and I learned, having grown up in Chicago, the Field Museum of Natural History, they had galleries of mummies.
Oh, yeah,
mummy
absolutely.
After mummy after mummy. So I come to the Science Museum in Minnesota in St. Paul. They have one mummy. And all of a sudden I learned, in terms of being in the business of museums, you really only want to have one, because now it's special, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's the authentic one. You got to see the one. So, yeah.
One of my favorite lines ever, talking in a museum in Chicago yet again, by the way. Guys in there, young urbanite, like you, Tevin. We're sitting there looking at this mummy. And the guy looks at me and he looks back and he goes, man, that son of a bitch is ugly. I'm like, well, it's a mummy, but you know, he's been dead for a while.
Right. They're not known for their beauty and voluptuousness.
Right. He didn't want to look at the mummy. It was too homely, which I thought was the mummy. Now, what a great situation. So literally you knew long ago what you wanted to do, how you're going to get there.
Yeah, I wanted to get in the back door of museums and was fortunate enough to do that in my career, and fortunate to be able to travel around the world to see, you know, all sorts of great stuff, from the tallest sand dunes in the world, which are in Namibia, the west coast of Africa, to going to Iceland, going to Jane Goodall's research site, tuna auctions in Tokyo. Yeah, I've been able to do it all.
There are a lot of really good documentaries now. As a matter of fact, what's his name? Rainn Wilson is doing a bunch of documentaries about all these different locations around the world. And I really enjoy that because you're looking at a culture you know nothing about.
Right.
And I find that fascinating.
Yeah. And that's why I'm an advocate that says, let's not just watch it on TV.
Right.
Why don't you take the kids and go there? Go there.
I think that's great advice.
Yeah.
No
And when you go again, look for those authentic experiences. The other thing in my book is I've learned along the way sort of tips to help you travel, because travel isn't always easy.
No.
You know, today we hear stories all the time about people that, you know, late flights, sleeping in airports. It can create a lot of anxiety. You don't speak the language. You're not sure how to deal with the currency. What if there's a problem? So I've encountered all of these situations. So I give tips throughout my book as to maybe to help people in the travels. Speaking of my favorite bar, one of my tips is give yourself a win. So for example, my wife and I would go camping up in the Pacific Northwest, tent camping. You know, it's rainy. There's nothing worse than trying to pack up your tent camp in the rain, right?
I would hate that.
Yeah. So we spend a week out there camping out in the temperate rainforest. Well, the last night of our trip, I made sure that we would be booked into a lodge so we could, you know, sit in the sauna. So when I would travel to the Orient, I was talking about how, you know, it's a diet of fish and rice. I would always plan my trips in the Orient that my last stop would be Hong Kong. So giving myself a win, I slogged my way through my work, staying out late because you had to, drinking with the Japanese who you were doing business with. I'd always make sure I'd stop last in Hong Kong where I could go to my favorite bar. That would be my win. Give yourself a win when you travel.
Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Are there places in the world that don't have museums? I never even thought of this before.
You know, I haven't found it. If there are, it was interesting because we were just in Iceland, my spouse and I, our second trip just a couple of months ago. And it's amazing how many museums they have, which are mostly historical sites, because you're not talking a big country.
No,
there's only 300,000 people that live there, but it was remarkable, all the places that they had and just how interesting it was. You know, for thousands of years, they lived in sod houses. And now you could visit a village of these sod houses and walk through them and see how they actually live. So
Catherine tells me, my lovely wife, Catherine, she's been there several times and I've never been there. And she said, Tom, if you ever get kicked out of America, you should move to Iceland. You'd love it. Like, okay.
You would love it.
Except she tells me I wouldn't.
You probably wouldn't have just anyone though, right?
You might want to mention to Catherine, though, that the only way you can become a citizen of Iceland is you have to marry an Icelander.
That's right.
So just let Catherine know that, you know, I'm going to have to divorce you, honey, to actually get in and stay there.
Maybe that's why she told me to do it. She knew she'd have to divorce me.
She knew once she got researched it. Get you out of the house, get you out of the country.
Sending some subliminal messages to you. Like, you better act right. Otherwise, we'll send you to Iceland.
No, my daughter.
Funny how she mentioned Iceland. Yeah.
My wife and daughter have been there many times. They just absolutely love Iceland. Love it there.
Yeah, so do I.
It's not toasty, though, is it? You got a little chill in here.
Oh, my goodness. So we're there in August. right? And you wake up, it's 48 degrees and pouring rain, and you're going horseback riding. Yeah, you're going horseback riding, which we did.
48 and rainy.
Yeah.
That'd be tough. In
So
August.
You got to bring layers. You got to bring rain gear. Don't forget your rain pants. Make sure you got high boots. Make sure you got your hiking sticks. Absolutely.
And that's exactly the weather we're going to have here tonight.
Yeah, we're in Iceland.
You don't have to go all the way to Iceland for that.
That's exactly it.
But here's the good part of that. After soaking wet from horseback riding in the rain on the black beach near Vik, Iceland, you go to the community center. Every little town in Iceland has a community center. And the community center has the building with the gym and the workout room. It's got a playground for kids. It's got a soccer pitch. It's got a basketball court. And it's got a geothermally heated hot tub next to it.
Oh, there you go.
So we got off our horses and stripped out of our wet clothes, and we went to the community center in Vik, and we jumped in the hot tub with the Icelanders. I mean, it was just, and it's raining. And then it was all the way up to 52 degrees.
Oh,
but it's kind of nice to be sitting in a hot tub, geothermally heated, steam coming up while it's raining and it's cold. It was just a real
you could point a gun at my head and I wouldn't do that.
No, you're not doing it.
I'm not a big hot tub guy, girlfriend.
Oh, well, no, hot tubs are fine. It's the people that I don't want to be with in the hot tub.
In the hot tub.
And I'm not saying I'm just saying people in general.
Yeah, you wouldn't like it in Iceland because, they don't have bars, taverns in Iceland.
They don't?
No. So the social life is the community center. So when
Can
you're
you
in
drink
that,
there, though?
No, you can't drink there. They must all just go home and get drunk, I guess.
Yeah.
But when you're in that hot tub, it's got families, young couples on dates. Yeah, you're going to be around a lot of people. Sorry to say.
Question I have, because I've only heard this because of the volcano. The Icelanders, do they have a lateral S? Do they speak with a lateral that the S? Like
it's impossible to learn Icelandic.
That's what I've heard.
And read the signs.
That's exactly why I asked you that.
Incredibly difficult language.
Because it was Eyjafjallajökull. I remember was the name of the
Very
volcano.
well done. Yeah,
very well done. So they do that. This deal.
Yes,
I thought so. Yeah, and I asked other people and said, no, they don't do that.
And how did that manage to show up in New York?
What do you mean?
The sibilant S.
Why they got that now too in New York?
I've noticed that it's kind of sneaking into the
maybe it is.
jargon.
You might be right.
Into the argot.
Well, here's the other good news about Icelanders. They all learn to speak English.
They do, yeah.
So you
seem to be very friendly.
All I've learned is basically tak, which is thank you.
Yeah.
That's my one word of Icelandic. That's it.
You're right. Well, now you have Eyjafjallajökull.
And they appreciate it when you leave them and say tak. Right.
What a great life you've had. I mean,
I've been fortunate.
You really, you just nailed your life. You did what you wanted to do. Did you go through some pretty tough times getting there, though?
Traveling?
Nah, just doing what you do.
To get through. Oh, I write a chapter, speaking of volcanoes, I've become, because of my work, a volcano junkie.
Oh, yeah.
We decided, I was at a conference in Japan with a filmmaker. We were the only two gaijin, non-Japanese, that were at the conference. And this filmmaker had said, hey, listen, after the conference, I want to go down to the southern island of Kyushu. I'm going to visit a volcano observatory, and I want to invite you to come with me. Great. Yeah, I'll be glad to do that. Well, where are you going to find a volcano observatory? It's on the side of a volcano. This is the Sakurajima volcano. It's been in a state of continuous eruption since 1955. On average.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On average,
you've
3
been
times
erupting
a day.
now since 55.
Yeah.
That long.
That's the story of my life.
It's true.
It's been erupting on average 3 times a day. We're talking gas, or we're talking, I'm sorry, we're talking dust. We're talking ash.
God,
and it blows 2 miles into the sky. So this film director, he took me down there, I discovered, because he had already done a film on the eruption of Mount St. Helens. He was a volcano junkie. He wanted to do a film on the Ring of Fire volcanoes.
Ooh.
So he took me down to Sakurajima to seduce me into, jumping on board his film idea, which when I was there and the ground started to shake and this thing blew ash 2 miles into the sky, I was in. I was all in. We're doing a Ring of Fire film. So we came up with this great plan where we were going to chase volcanic events around the Ring of Fire for 3 years. And I had the museum put up the money to do this. We kind of had this SWAT squad of a film crew out of Los Angeles that was when there was activity. Yeah, it was expensive. But near the end of the 3 years, you know what I had to show for it in terms of footage? Nothing. We had sent crews off to like Papua New Guinea. The Rabaul volcano is becoming active. This is going to be great because people are now living in what they thought was an inactive, extinct, volcanic cone. No, it's going to blow up this town that's inside the volcano. We're filming, we're renting helicopters, we're shooting the aerials, and we can't wait to come back after the thing's blown up. Nothing happens in this almost 3 years. And nothing. So you talk about tough. This was not only, oh my goodness, this film's not going as I hoped. This is my job. You know, the board of trustees ain't going to call me up and ask if they're paying me. They're going to say, "You're out of here, buddy.
You got nothing.
You got nothing."
So what did you come up with?
Well, here's the good news.
Yeah.
Christmas Day, a volcano in Chile called Lonquimay erupts. We are the only film crew that gets there and gets up to 8,000 feet to actually film the eruption. So we had the initial footage, and from there, our luck changed. It might have been bad luck for some people, but we were starting to get things. Once we got some good real volcanic footage, then we could go back to the places that we knew we could film and get good eruptions like Sakurajima.
Right.
But that film project took 7 years to do.
Whoa.
Yeah.
What was the budget on that thing?
Probably $3 million. It was pretty efficient.
Yeah.
But it finally came to fruition. So I tell those stories in my book about volcano
7
chasing.
years.
7 years.
Wow.
Yeah. It was kind of like writing this book. You know, the pandemic comes, so I start writing the book, and I'm kind of used to, you're not going to do this in 3 months' time. You're going to dedicate as much time as is necessary to bring this thing to fruition. So I'm glad the book is now out. I'm glad my Ring of Fire film finally got out and showed around the world and paid back the investments. And now I'm a volcano junkie as a result.
It's got to be a very, I've been on top of mountains in Hawaii and all the rest of it, inactive volcanoes.
Right.
But I've never been anywhere near a volcano that was about to be or was active. That's got to be does the ground start shaking a little bit at first? I mean, is that how it works?
That's why I recommend Sakurajima.
Okay.
It's a great eruption, but at the same time, you can stay off the volcanic island in the town of Kagoshima. You can get a room in the Kagoshima Sun Royal Hotel. Make sure you get a volcano side room. You can sit on your deck and you can watch it. You can watch it. And then you take the ferry across to the island.
Yeah, that's my thing. When you're saying you're standing on the volcano and you see it erupt and you're like, and I'm all in, I'm all out in that situation. I do not want to be
I'm kind of afraid of that. Here I am writing a book that says, hey, travel's the best gift you can give. Make sure you get the young people in your family out there, find authentic experiences, and people are going to get to the volcano chapter and say, this guy's crazy. I'm out on this whole thing.
I was cool with the hot tub.
Yeah, that was cool.
Yeah.
That was good.
It does sound kind of like a lose-lose thing, you know. You either don't see it or you see it and you're scared to death.
And it's the last thing you see. Yeah.
Yes.
Right.
Is it true that you're talking about the volcano out in Washington State there? The guy's name was really Harry Truman.
Yeah.
His real name was Harry Truman.
Yeah.
I can't.
Yeah.
He just disappeared, right?
Vaporized. No trace.
Jesus.
Yeah.
I mean, like,
yeah.
Whoa.
No trace.
He just wouldn't come down. He apparently built a house on a volcano,
right?
And he would not leave the house. He says, "Nope, I'm not doing it."
In the book, I write about the story. The USGS had a trailer to monitor the volcano,
right? Yes.
And the guy who was assigned on that day, he's credited with having one of the most accurate but shortest observations of a volcanic eruption. The only thing that was recorded is him saying, "This is it."
Oh,
and he's no remnants, vaporized. They didn't find pieces of the trailer for 6 months.
Really? They just vaporized.
Vaporized. Superheated ash and dust comes down those mountainside, and that's it. You're more than toast. You're molecules.
I wonder if Harry S. Truman had a grave marker that said, "The life stops here."
Yeah, that's right.
This is it.
Probably true. Yeah, this
is it.
Be quiet over there, you wise guy. No, I just hearing all these different things about it. Now, where do you? And I do want to talk more about the book, but I'll ask very quickly, where do you go from here? I mean, you're not very old, so you got a lot more work to do.
Yeah, there may be another book out there that I can get started on.
Okay.
Not to mention, I've had a lot of fun. The book was just released last month. A lot of fun so far going out to groups and talking to groups about it. And I bring props, things that I've collected along the way, mementos.
Is Chuck your only prop today?
Chuck's my only prop.
The only prop
you know, I bring a volcanic rock from Iceland that's 3 years old and one from the North Shore of Minnesota that's 1.1 billion years old. I got some great letters and photos that were, you know, in my Tupperware tubs in my office, like a letter from the travel nurse that is official that says Mike can come into your country because he has no parasites.
That's good.
Those kind of things you need.
I was going to ask.
Well, I'm waiting for you to ask, how do they know if you have parasites or not, right?
Well, I would think you might gather a few in that hot tub.
Yeah.
Oh, that's nice.
They test parasites because you have to bring a stool sample into the travel nurse. So they send you out with this little cup, right? And you go home and you poop in it. And you got to quick get over to the clinic because they only want a fresh sample.
It's got to be fresh.
Oh, it's got to be fresh. And there you are. You're hoping you don't get stopped on the drive over and, you know, somebody says, hey, what's in the container, right? So, yeah, no parasites.
That's a good thing.
I had a great travel nurse for years for all this traveling I did, and she's credited on a half a dozen films that I made because she deserved it and she earned it.
You know, obviously in the title of your book, Adventure Travel Stories from an IMAX Documentary Filmmaker.
Right.
One of the complaints I have right now, and I hope it's not true in the IMAX theaters, that people are just not going to the theater anymore. They just don't like being around so many other people in a closed space. IMAX doesn't have that problem, does it?
IMAX has been very fortunate because of the experience they provide and because of the Oppenheimer film most recently.
Right.
Yeah. That they're doing very well in terms of getting people back in the theater. And it's really good to see because the general movie industry has not recovered, you know, to the pre-pandemic levels.
Even close.
Not even close. So,
which makes me sad because I love going to a movie theater.
Yeah.
Just love doing that.
So my buddies and I were there on opening day for Oppenheimer, full house. We got our tickets early, so we were in the best seats. And it was just great to be in a theater full of people. But it was the IMAX experience.
No, I mean, and that's the whole deal. The IMAX experience is incredible.
Yeah.
Stuff coming up behind you, you don't even know it's coming. It's like, holy.
The company has done very well, especially in making the transition from the film world to the digital world. It's still the best, you know, capture medium, the best presentation medium, both sight and sound.
I don't think there's any question about that. I'm really, really glad to hear that because I think somebody told me, I don't know, I haven't been out there a while, but there was an IMAX at the Minnesota Zoo. Is that not even open anymore?
And that's not open anymore.
Why?
Yeah.
What happened?
Don't know. I just didn't do good enough business. The pandemic came and they shut it down.
And that was it. The pandemic.
Yeah.
What a great experience to go to, you know, to go to the zoo and you can go to an IMAX theater and watch some. Oh God, what a great experience.
Right. So now we go out to the AMC in Roseville. They have an
I love the AMC in Roseville.
Yeah,
by the way.
it's fabulous.
A great spot.
Yeah,
it is a really good
nice
spot.
Place.
There's no question about that. I'm jealous in ways. I got to be honest with you. I'm sitting here bullshitting and you're wandering all over the world with a camera. It's not fair, Chuck.
See, that's why he always asked me if I got paid to do this stuff.
That's right. You got paid
and I had to say yes. I was getting paid to do this stuff.
All that wonderful travel, all that learning, the education, and no parasites.
And no parasites.
Thank
Right.
you.
That's
no
my idea of the perfect life.
Yeah, that's living.
And you say you bring props and stuff when, like, and especially like bringing volcanic rock. Obviously, like Hawaii, it's known where, like, okay, it's cursed to bring it off the island. Do you ever run into situations where there are like local folklore that you have to abide by?
Well, that's interesting because, you know, Iceland had a big eruption that started in 2021 early and went on for about 6 months. And when we were there in 21, unfortunately, after the eruption, we missed the eruption. But we went with a guide out to hike the lava field. You're talking about lava that has filled a valley for miles. So when I said, could I take a piece of this home? They were like, pull up a truck and take as much as you want. We got plenty here in Iceland, and it's pretty fresh. So, yeah.
God, what an experience this is. I love you looking at the big picture, the adventure traveler's mindset, what to seek. So basically, if you pick up your book, The World Has a Big Backyard, Adventure Travel Stories from an IMAX documentary filmmaker. I mean, you lead them through this. It's not just, well, here's the book and you figure it out.
Right.
You lead them through that, which I like that.
It's a pathway that I lead
No
you
doubt
through.
about
And
it.
hopefully at the end, you've got a lot of inspiration to pack your own bags and say, let's get out of here. Let's go find some authentic experiences.
Oh, then you kind of suck up at the end, though.
Oh,
the pleasantest sensation in the world, Minnesota.
Yeah.
Listen to you.
Well, you read that chapter and you'll see why.
Okay.
I'm actually quoting a woman who lived to be 100, passed on. Her name was Freya Stark. Mm-hmm. She traveled all over the world, did remarkable things, wrote books about it, very well known in the adventure travel world. Well, that was her line. She said, there's nothing better than waking up in a new place in the world. It's the most pleasantest sensation in the world.
Because you don't, I suppose you don't know what the day holds.
Yeah. So I described my trip out to Thief River Falls, driving for 5 hours to get my first COVID vaccine.
And say that was a haul for you.
And that was January.
Oh God.
Okay. And it's like, okay, I got my COVID vaccine. What can I do tonight? Nothing. I'm going to stay in the hotel and, take out my Sandy wipes and wipe down the channel changer and watch TV. So I'm in my car the next morning, and people in this part of the world, Minnesota, know the experience. You're in the dark, you're in the cold, you're in your car, and you're waiting for it to warm up. And you're parked outside the American Inn in Thief River Falls. The only thing I could think of was, it's the pleasantest sensation in the world. Freya Stark, thank you very much. Yeah, right.
Why did she ever leave Paris? I've never been to Paris. I've been to France, but I've never been to Paris.
She was a world traveler.
She's
remarkable
woman. She's loved to get
a
around.
remarkable woman.
And she did live in Minnesota for a while?
No.
She never did?
No, okay. Never came to Minnesota, but yeah. I do quote her well in the book.
Yeah, there's a lot of great stuff in the book. I'm just kind of going through the book right now, looking at all these different things. And again, I got to turn back to that picture of you staring. You
staring.
Are really lucky. You were that close
to
him, and he didn't attack you.
Right.
Why do you think he didn't attack you?
Well, I watched how he behaved as everyone else walked down the trail. He was very passive, and he's young. He's young.
Oh, okay.
That was the key. I was dealing with a very young chimp. Otherwise, there's no way I would have looked at him. Especially stopping in my tracks and staring.
You actually got down on your haunches.
Yeah, I got down.
You did.
I'm glad the picture was taken because, you shouldn't be doing that, kids.
No, you're very vulnerable in that. I was going, Jesus.
Yeah, and you're a long way from any medical support out there. There's no roads to Gombe on Lake Tanganyika.
Where did the idea for The World As a Big Backyard come from? Where did it all start?
Again, it was as people who told me you should write a book. And there I was. I was going through my boxes. I was pulling out all these mementos, and they just sparked such memories of my travel. I just had to start to write it all down.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. And then, give the book some purpose, as you say. I'm going to lead you on a pathway that I hope inspires you to be a little more adventurous in your own travel, and travel especially with your family.
But it's a good thing because you're doing it, with great writing. I mean, people will embrace it. You're not telling them, you got to do this. You kind of lead them through it, which is great. Yeah. I mean, I've only had the book in possession now for about 40 minutes, something like that. But I've already looked at several different things, and you do a great job of leading people from this place to the next
that place. Yeah,
you do.
And then I bring it home.
And then you bring it back home. That's exactly right.
Yeah.
You got on an airplane. You left Freya behind and just abandoned
That's
her.
right. Drove across Minnesota in the winter.
Oh, did you really?
Well, to get my COVID shot, I had to go from the North Shore up 2 harbors out the Thief River Falls. Yep.
How do you even? Is there a road?
Hey, it's paved, unlike in Iceland.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Unlike in Iceland. Oh God, I remember driving. I actually did that trip to Thief River Falls from Grand Forks, North Dakota.
Oh, right.
And it's not a freeway.
Right.
I'll tell you that.
Well, it'd be just like driving down Lindale Avenue, though.
Now?
Well, yeah, I mean,
there's nobody there.
Completely gutted. And
that's true. There's nobody around anymore. It's I don't know, but
hey, in Iceland they have tunnels that go through the mountains, and we discovered, we didn't know this until we drove into our first one. They're one way.
The tunnels are one way.
One way, and if you're going the one way, you're okay. But if you're coming the other way, there's pull-offs, and you have to judge
you
from
go in.
You can go in, and if there's oncoming headlights, that means that person has the right of way. I've got to race to the next pull-off.
What?
Yeah, it gets crazy in those tunnels. There's people, of course, who try and race ahead and they misjudge it and traffic stops. And there you are.
God.
Yeah, right. One-way tunnels. I came back here to the U.S. Now it's like I just revere tunnels because they're two-way in this country.
It makes the Lowry Hill Tunnel not seem so bad.
Excellent. Yes, you are correct. Hey, it's two-way. We may be stuck here.
Can you imagine that was a one-way tunnel?
Oh,
you might as well not just leave the tunnel out. Just leave the hill and we'll drive around.
Especially on a sunny day. Because you go into the tunnel, you can't see anything.
No, that's
right.
Very true.
The Lowry Hill Tunnel.
The Lowry Hill Tunnel. People don't speed through there like they used to. Have you noticed that?
Yeah, nobody speeds through there. Every once in a while, you'll get where like a bunch of young kids will shut it down and sit there and do like burnouts in their cars.
Of course,
there's always some. That place is a mess.
Well, there's too much traffic to speed. I mean, you wouldn't.
Yeah, that's
it.
True.
Wouldn't be.
That's true.
It just wouldn't be possible.
And people aren't in the right lane to exit as they get out of the tunnel.
Oh, it's bedlam. Yeah.
The Lowry Hill Tunnel.
When you were doing the research for this book,
right?
Did you see things that you thought you'd never see, and yet there were other things you thought you would see that didn't exist?
Oh, yeah. As I was going through again my mementos and it was stirring, my memories of my travel, I was thinking, gosh, I was awfully lucky to be able to go to some of these places and see this stuff. Yeah.
But were there things that you thought existed that don't exist? I mean, you heard these tales about this place, that place, whatever. Anything like that?
Well, no, because I've been primarily a traveler who goes without a lot of planning, who believes in the unplanned effect, because the best travel experiences can be the unexpected ones. And as I write about, I'm an advocate for, if you make a wrong turn, don't quick say, hey, we made a wrong turn, let's go back. Maybe go down the road a little bit and see what that wrong turn is going to present you.
Don't you think everybody should do that with their lives? I don't care. Just wander around the streets of Minneapolis.
Well said.
You're taking the road less traveled.
Yeah, exactly.
Listen to you.
Well, no, I mean, I've experienced that myself. It's fun to get lost.
Well, it's less travel because you're on it.
Well, that's
everybody
true.
else just avoids it.
Oh, I would. If I saw me coming, I'd get the hell out of the road.
Get the hell out of the way and go home.
We're not going for a drive through the Lowry Hill Tunnel with you.
God, the design of that thing still amazes me.
Yeah.
Why didn't they just make it a straight tunnel instead of having it this big swooping? Why did they do that?
There's a lot of things on our roadway systems that don't make a lot of sense.
That's true.
Well,
why did they do this?
I mean, going to all these places, seeing these things, you must get an interesting perspective of people and the world and everything that evolved from millions of years ago.
Yeah, I have to say, we are provincial people. We're Minnesotans or we're Americans, and I like to get people out there who start to think a little more like an internationalist, who really start to get a worldview. Because I think once you do, you actually become a much better American. You become a much better Minnesotan once you've been out in the world.
Yeah.
I think that's absolutely right. Yeah, there are a lot of people. Well, I suppose, up until about 100 years ago, it was very difficult. If you lived in Minnesota, you didn't go anywhere.
You didn't go anywhere.
That is very, very true.
Yeah.
Well, maybe more than 100 years ago, 150 years ago, something like that. But yeah, I suppose it's a much, much different world now. How are people around the world? Are you treated well in most places you go?
Yeah, absolutely.
That's good to hear.
Yeah, just anywhere you go, you're treated very, very well. I mean, because when it comes down to it, except for those guys, and they're mostly guys who are making the news, people are just trying to make a living. They're just trying to raise a family, and they're pretty easy to connect to. And, you know, you're giving me a hard time about wearing this shirt today with the Twins logo on it, all right?
More Chuck with the big logo.
And Chuck's got
hat.
the big hat.
Yeah.
Well, Chuck flew in from Seattle, and I told him he had to wear it. So,
okay.
Yeah.
Right.
But anyway, you wear this shirt when you're traveling, and it's always kind of funny because all of a sudden people come up and say, hey, you're from Minnesota.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of a way to make some connections. But no, I found people all over the world. And the other thing I found, it was kind of a discovery for me when I was first starting the world travel. People know how to eat.
Oh, yeah.
They know how to cook.
Yeah.
Man, there's great food all over the world that's very different than what we find in our part of the world, right?
I'm not eating the fried bugs, though. That ain't happening.
Yeah, no, monkey brain. Like, I was fed once, and I won't say where.
Monkey brain?
Yeah, monkey brain. They thought it was some delicacy. Thanks a lot for letting me know before I took a mouthful.
Well, that could be dangerous.
Yeah, it could be. Right. You'd be having some parasites.
Oh, what did that even taste like?
Chicken.
Yeah, chicken.
It always tastes like chicken.
That's
chicken.
Everybody's go-to.
Everybody's go-to. It tastes like chicken.
But yeah, people, well, it makes sense that people have learned how to cook and eat because you have to. But yeah, people have gotten very good around the world at cooking. Yeah.
That's great to hear.
Yeah.
Is there any place you still haven't been that you want to go?
You know, when you ask where I want to go, I always then bring back the question, first of all, that people should consider, which is not just where, but when. And I learned this in college. A buddy of mine, college buddy, was going to hike through the Grand Canyon on spring break. And he came back and, we said, how was it? He said it was during the full moon. And it could not have been better hiking in the Grand Canyon during the full moon. Yeah. Winter, we have learned with, living up in northern Minnesota, going to Iceland. Yeah, winter can be an interesting time. I had to take a business trip to Stockholm in February. Now, if you're going to vacation in Sweden, I don't think you're going to pick February. I loved it. It gave me such an interesting perspective. So not just where, but when. And, I talk in my book a lot about look for authentic experiences. And then people are like, well, what does that mean? I got to take the kids, deep sea diving or climbing active volcanoes. You can find them right here in Minnesota. One place I've not been that I want to go to is up in Itasca County.
Oh, yeah.
It's called the Lost 40. When they surveyed the state in the late 1800s, they made a mistake. And there's this 140 acres that was mapped as a lake. So nobody ever could buy it.
Really?
They couldn't harvest it, which, of course, was done in the early settlement. All the trees were cut down except this 140 acres. So you can go up there and see trees that are 200 to 300 years old.
God.
The Lost 40. So that's on my bucket list. And to, again, take young people to see. And even consider maybe we should go do it snowshoeing in the wintertime. So where haven't I been? There's one that anybody can go to. I want to go to. When I was a kid in Catholic grade school, I did a report on Trinidad. And, where you draw the map on the cover, and you go to the encyclopedia and you copy everything right out of there into your cursive writing. So I'm traveling. We did a drive around Lake Superior, the full circle. It was almost 2,000 miles this past June. It was great. We're in Wawa, Ontario. Everybody says, you got to go to this restaurant. It's owned by a family from Trinidad. And it was a great restaurant, but I got a chance finally to, talk to somebody from Trinidad. So Trinidad's on my bucket list as well.
Do you have any spot that you would not like to go back to?
Well, I have said my favorite bar in the world is in Hong Kong.
Mm-hmm.
I have said I really would. That was my win. Finish your trip in the Orient in Hong Kong. I would never go back to Hong Kong today because I probably can't.
Really?
Hong Kong has been taken over by the Chinese.
Oh, yeah.
They have
Totally
violated that agreement.
Yeah,
they violated that agreement that that one country, two systems. No, they've taken it over. There was a University of Minnesota student from China who was putting some posts up that he was, making some comment about the premier of China. There was a photo of the premier and Obama. And they said, oh, the premier of China kind of looks like Winnie the Pooh. So he was doing Winnie the Pooh posts.
Oh, God.
The image of Winnie the Pooh is banned in China now. Yeah.
That's a great story right there.
In my book, you'll see right up front, I quote two people, one of whom is a professor and poet who's a Uyghur professor.
Oh yeah.
Or what?
Uyghur.
Japanese.
Uyghur.
Yeah.
No. The Muslim population in Western China
okay.
that they're now
slaves.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
So this professor was put into a so-called, retraining camp, prison.
Oh,
Nobody
God.
has heard from this guy in years. So when the Chinese read my book, they're going to ban the book in China, and I'm not going back to Hong Kong. They're going to look at my tweets, my Winnie the Pooh tweets, and that's it. I'm going to be in prison. So I can't go back to Hong Kong, and that's a shame because I like going to Dan Ryan's bar.
No, I understand.
They're going to have some people posted up at Dan Ryan's waiting for you to make an appearance.
Yeah,
back.
they know where I'm going to show up, right? Yeah.
That would be terrible.
Yeah.
Oh, I know he's coming. No, I just you don't have to answer this. I've been going through the situation for the last couple of weeks. It's been more than that because you could kind of see this thing in the Middle East happening.
Yeah.
Because we made a lot of really, really bad mistakes. That whole situation. You were talking about the Uyghurs who are treated like dirt in China. Right. They're slaves. That they are just flat out slaves. Is America among the best, if not the best? And I'm not saying there aren't troubles or problems or whatever, but in my travels, it's the least racist place I've ever been.
Well, I don't know that it's the least racist, but because every place seems to be racist.
Well,
it's even like going to Japan.
Right.
Yeah. They hate the Koreans. they think, you got a big nose and you smell. I mean, they're polite though. They're polite about it.
As long as you leave the country.
Yeah.
Well,
as long as you're not staying.
Like everybody believes that the city they live in has the worst drivers in the world.
Yes, that's true.
And we know they're in Chicago.
Well, I've always said Florida, but
there you go.
Living in Chicago. Well, of course, I never drove in Chicago. So,
did you ever drive in Minneapolis? Because it ain't much better than anywhere else now. I'll tell you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I mean, everybody kind of when they see they know about what's going on where they are, and you just have to be around to figure out this is terrible. This ain't working.
It's one thing I love about being a bigger guy because if somebody tailgates me, I just slam on my brakes. Because what are you going to do?
The very well-known popular traveler Rick Steves does his PBS tours.
Yep.
He's got a very interesting history because he would always travel to Europe on summer school breaks, and then he got a job as a music teacher, so he had summers off, and then he and a buddy decided that they were going to branch out and they were going to go from to Kathmandu, from Europe.
Sure.
And he's got a book about it that he kept a journal, did photos. It's 40 years old and he just now has published the book.
Oh, really?
But I mentioned Rick Steves and back to your point, Rick Steves, I found a great quote. It's not in my book, but Rick Steves said, "We are all children of God. So get out there and travel and meet your family."
I love that.
Yeah. So do
that's
I.
how it should be.
So do I.
Yeah. I maybe I should have said, maybe we are doing better with racism in America. Maybe not the best place in the world, but there are a lot of Americans that think this is the most racist place on earth, and it's not even close.
No, not at all.
Well, my dad, growing up in Tulsa, he felt that was the worst place.
No, I understand that, and I understand there are places you don't want to be in the United States.
When I write about my trip to Namibia in my book, I give that history. You go to Namibia, and it's got a big German presence because it was colonized by the Germans. Mm-hmm. I mean, they still celebrate Oktoberfest.
Do they really?
Yeah.
I didn't know
there's
that.
great German architecture, but you talk about, racism. Yeah. Between the colonists and the native populations of Namibia, even today, boy, it's tough.
Is it all about, and it's all about, you're not like me, therefore I don't like you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it's all about.
I don't get it either.
I don't get it. Yeah.
I don't understand any.
You always feel like fear has a great hold on these people.
Oh, I think that's absolutely correct. It is a fear thing. We've only got a few minutes left already. You blew through that hour quick enough.
Oh, sorry.
Any closing words you want to go with? Any advice?
No, just that I'm going to say the most important thing I say all day here. It's thank you. It's great to be here. It's great to be with you guys.
This is
great
very
to see
nice
you.
What you put in
and a great opportunity to, promote my book, now available on Amazon.
I was just going to ask.
There you go, Amazon,
Yeah.
the big bookseller. It's where you go if you want to sell some books. And as I say, it's more than just my travel memoir. I hope it really becomes an inspiration, people. If anybody's been to the Science Museum Omni Theater and seen a film, I can guarantee they're going to like the book, because these are the stories. It's fun, it's interesting, it's educational, and as I say, it's inspirational.
Did you see him point to me, Chuck? It's educational. Tom, get your head out of your ass and get an education.
Read the book.
Read the book.
Yeah.
Learn something. Now, I love these kinds of interviews because you have seen a lot of things that I've never seen. And that's, unless I make the trip, it's the only way I'm going to learn about it.
Well, as I say, read the book. We'll take you on a heck of an adventure. A lot of places.
No question about it. I think it's terrific and I'm very, very happy for you, because you're obviously really ecstatic about being able to do what you do.
Yeah.
Isn't that nice? I mean, think about that. There are all these people going, why did I do this? Why am I doing that? Blah, blah, blah. You wake up every morning and go, I get to do exactly what I want to do.
And they were paying me.
And they were paying you. I got the same situation. I've been BSing on the radio for 53 years. I get up in the morning in 53 years, like, this is it? This is not a job. I mean, I have to put up with Gelfand.
No.
You know.
That's been a slog, I know.
Oh, there's no question.
You can hear it when you're on air on the podcast. Gelfand's in studio again. Good luck, Tom.
Back here. Well, and the thing is, the longer you do something that you like to do, the more you appreciate it.
I agree.
Yeah, that's why I think so many old musicians, they're like, guys in their 70s and they're touring for like, for 51 weeks a year.
Oh yeah.
You just can't put it down, because it's the gratitude thing just kind of grows on you like mold.
Do you think that would be nice to teach young people that gratitude is a really good thing?
Can you do it? You
don't see a lot of it anymore. I'll tell you that.
I don't know if you can teach them that.
I don't know if you can teach being grateful anymore. Yeah. I don't know if you can. I hope you can.
I would like to think so.
No question. The book, again, ladies and gentlemen, The World Has a Big Backyard. Adventure travel stories from an IMAX documentary filmmaker, Mike Day. Chuck, thank you for coming in. I wish you had to shut up once in a while during the interview, but not one word out of you, Chuck. What are you, a professional?
And by the way, I'm not signing any releases. I just want you to know that.
We're signing no releases.
All right. We're not going to put you on the World Wide Web there, Gelfand. Don't worry.
Yeah, no question about it. Well, thank you so much, gentlemen, both of you, for showing up. I cannot wait to read the book. And I'm envious. You get to go all over the world, and I sit in the same chair every day. Don't worry about my feeling.
We'll send you a postcard.
Sounds great. That's going to do it. Talk to you tomorrow.
Reminds me of this one was before. Every time I hear the same, reminds me how you talking.